Remember, Pit, you won't be fighting alone out there.
You're going to send me a machine gun robot girlfriend?
No, I'll be guiding you on your journey.
That's manager speak for fighting alone.
Anyway, let me explain powers to you.
Sounds wicked.
You'll notice icons like these in the lower left corner of the touchscreen.
Okay.
You can use these in battle for different effects. Just tap the icon with the stylus.
Cool. Now that's power.
I've created a wide array of powers for you, Pit.
How do I know which ones to use?
You can equip powers when prepping for battle, so try out different configurations. However, you'll have to take into account a power piece's size and shape.
Power pieces, huh? Cool. Looks like all that Dr. Mario's about to pay off.
Arrange the power pieces as you like, then tap autofill, and I'll fill in the gaps for you. Once you're in a level, you can select and use powers with the plus control pad.
So I'll press left or right on the plus control pad to choose a power, and down to use it.
MKDH here, and it's time to go over one of Kid Icarus Uprising's big features, the power system. The power system is about equipable activation abilities called powers, available to be used for bursts of effectiveness in limited charges. I can leave off about powers being named such on this side of the Pacific Ocean with a statement about a My Little Pony friendship is magic character named Pinkie Pie, and I quote vanilla TV tropes. Pinkie Pie is this merged with Cloud Cuckoo Lander. Her energy breaks the fourth wall by pure accident. Party of One explores and later deconstructs this. There's a limit to her energy, but it is significantly higher than everyone else's. And yeah, this is going to come into play later, but I bring this up now to provide my self-explanatory point. And I should anyway, because God knows I'd ever forget Robin Williams committing suicide. Yeah, that goes without saying at this point. But enough digressing. I should go into the Japanese name for powers, which is Kiseki, or miracles. That is a more fitting name, as the miracles will be gifts and favors from the divine, and something to treat with reverence, because as the saying goes, the Lord works in mysterious ways. And it would show here with power, how powers, or miracles as I will call them from this point onward, involve a sense of variety. This is why I will not cover celestial fireworks or idle transformation, because to protest how they are overused as easily used panic buttons, ones that completely undermine their respective identities that people could bring up if they were to bring that up as a counterpoint. I am in hopes that Bandai-Namco will notice this video and would accordingly balance patch both celestial fireworks and idle transformation. I can point out that I need to point out that until recently, I was shaken to see the miracles be glorified commands, be glorified scripts. I can take as much be medicine for what I did to find out what gave me this conclusion, but I'm still having to ask around, eventually coming to asking King and Double M about how the seal powers and advanced wards and the activation abilities and Moon's Tower defense both be able to use, because I do note similarities with both. And what do you know? He provides an answer. Unpredictability via influence to the board state. And it's far better than with weapon modifiers, but I'll get to that. The point of that power is shaking things up, which is what makes the fan base not caring and not only wanting to exploit celestial fireworks on permanent repeat, all the more frustrating. But I can make this video covering the other 58 powers, excluding random, which, yeah. In the hope, however narrow, that it will fix as much. So without further ado, let's get this show on the road. Skyjump is a basic start, or at least it's supposed to be, but there's plenty to talk about, especially with its in Japan name simply being Jump. It's called Skyjump because, but anyway, Skyjump. Jump high into the air from where you're standing. Yeah, you jump like Mario. Of course, you use up the charge each time you do this, so, yeah. Now, Skyjump does have a few things going for it. You get knockback immunity during the jump's duration. You also get a defense boost and some status resistance. It's 30% at level 1, increased by 20% per level per level, up to 90% at level 4, and the same goes. And the same percentages are used for status resistance. Oh, and what was it? Skychip is actually inexpensive as well, so for how many charges it gets. In multiplayer, it gets 10 charges regardless of level. You'd want a higher Skyjump level for regrowth regen rate, as well as the near invincibility during the jumping. So, but don't worry, Skyjump level 4 is not invincible against clubbies. Know my actions. Yeah, there's significant landing cooldown, so yeah. If a club user reads you, you're in trouble, because I should also note that jump height will not clear a standard club shot, although the club guy wouldn't want to be catching you in the landing anyway, but still, every little bit. I should also point out that, yeah, you can't do dash shots during the jump, or melee attacks for that matter. So yeah, you're just stuck with the neutral shot or the neutral rapid, depending on what's available. So yeah. One other thing I want to talk about is that somebody recently came up with a rebalanced remaster idea, being to have a jump button, which, yeah, while such an idea is not a high priority for me personally, I can see the sentiment, because yeah, Mario games had jumping, Metroid Prime Hunters had jumping, the original Kid Icarus had jumping. I mean, heck, Battalion North has jumping, even if it's not very good there, because it's restricted to infantry and it doesn't provide much momentum in the first place. Yeah, you see my point. Why didn't Kid Icarus Uprising have simple jumping in the first place? But of course, it would interfere with the near existence of the sky jump power, because, but yeah, there's an idea, though, because the manual jumping would need to have foibles, and with this in mind, like, I would suggest reduce jump height for heavier weapons such as clubs, cannons, and staves. Some possible extra damage to the jumper, and also stamina usage for each jump so that it can't be spammed, because that would make sky jump consistently useful, because the jump height would be oh yeah, and don't have jumping prevent knockback. That's a little off. But anyway, sky jump would still have some key advantages. I mean, sure, its description would have to be updated, but the jumping height would be consistent. It wouldn't use stamina, it would just use power charges, and of course, it would still have that defense boost. But, what was it? Oh yeah. I should also mention that Skyjump's power grid shapes, they don't have any consistent mnemonics, but yeah, there's, like I say, there's ways to get around it, so yeah, don't worry if you need counterplay against it. Jump Glide is an expansion of Skyjump. Let's read the description. Jump high into the air and perform a glide, like so. As we can see, the descent is slower, which actually allows for more control. There's a little thing called directional influence with this thing, and you can also boost the mobility momentum by moving at the start, and this can particularly help if you weapons that need to rely on dash momentum to be able to move at all. But anyway, I should mention this, but I should mention that Miracle stats tend to vary on multiplayer. Jump Glide is one of the most obvious. It actually has 5 charges at the start. At any level, you'd still want higher levels for better region, of course. You get still better regions. It's not as good as Sky Jump. Anyway, Jump Glide also has better mobility on multiplayer, especially the base mobility, which can be helpful when using Jump Glide for its various purposes. Because, yeah, Jump Glide can be used for more than simple terrain navigation, which terrain navigation can be done with any of the jump powers. Yeah. Anyway. Now, escapes are able to reach far, and they do last, so you can use it for a bit of stalling, but they tend to involve restricting movement, especially when attraction's a thing. But, so yeah, if your Jump Glide gets read by somebody wanting to tag you, they can chase you down and cause you problems that way. On the other hand, tagging is around, which can especially help with the with lower weapon type like clubs, although those things will tend to rely on the initial dash. So yeah, be careful when doing that. That can be disrupted because you could get shot at and you'd end up doing a parry dodge and then you Jump Glide with no momentum. Yeah, that can happen. But it's still you do get 5 charges of this, so yeah, I mean, granted it's not a free lunch, but hey. Oh, and for reference, Jump Glide also provides less defenses. You get 20% at damage cut at level 1, and it increases by 15% per additional level, up to 65% at level 4. The same applies to status resistance, of course. Oh, and if you're wondering, the shapes are at Tetris T at level 1, and then increasingly wider use in the higher levels. So, yeah, could help once in a blue moon and all that. Rocket Jump is another expansion of Sky Jump. As it reads, launch yourself upward with the force of a rocket. It acts like Sky Jump, except, yeah, you see that explosion right at the start? Yeah. The attack doesn't deal that much damage, not as far as a close range attack goes, especially a close range attack with limited charges, but yeah. It's still an explosion, so it still would deal decent knockback, and the attack is also reported to have transcendent shot cancel, so yeah, that's a thing. That's a little much for still low cost power, but at least it can be outmaneuvered, which you can also say about the 0.15 second invincibility to attacks. Yeah, invincibility. After that, in 1.5 seconds, yeah, you actually don't take the damage reduction or you don't have damage reduction or status resistance like you would with the other jump powers. So yeah. Anyway, if you're curious, the rocket jumps. What was it? Rocket jumps shapes on the miracle box. Yeah, I'm calling it the miracle box now. They're all L shapes, which are certainly more convenient than the U shapes of leveled Jump Glide. Because yeah, they're conveniently flexible bits in general. I mean, yeah, there's no way L shapes could possibly be a big deal, could they? Right? Yeah, you'll see what I'm talking about if you can't guess already. Angelic Missile is next, and it's here's the transform description. Transform into the missile that shoots Shoots in the direction you're facing. Yeah, it's basically a missile attack with a range of 24 meters maximum, although the damage does weaken over distance. Yeah, it dealt 41.6 there. It dealt 80 there because I was at point blank. So the max range damage multiplier is maybe 52%. Yeah. But the attack, it's decently hard in general if you can connect it. I mean, it's still a miracle attack, but still. And anyway, it's also useful as a position reset because when you're in a missile state, and I should showcase when you're not in not in a missile state. Yeah. When you're in the missile state, you are invincible to damage and knockback, although status efforts will get through. And also do note that there's a distinction in gameplay between invincible and intangible. I mean, it's usually advantageous to be invincible, except for certain opportunity costs, but we'll get to that. Veterans would know what I'm talking about. Because let's just say that when if you get hit during Angelic Missile, it does count as a hit. But anyway, still, invincibility against damage for the duration of the missile attack. Nice distance and... Oh yes. Oh yes, it's... Oh yes, the momentum's actually based on how fast you're moving when you go into the missiles. Anyway. Oh, and yeah, when you go into the missile, you're forced into a get-up attack, so you can't do the ukami as I stated before in the previous video, but them's the breaks. I mean, yeah, Angelic Missile is a good panic button when all is said and done. I mean, it has 5 charges, 2 to 5 charges, depending on level in multiplayer, but do keep in mind that before you use it strictly as a panic button instead of mixing in the attack that it still has chunky shapes on the miracle box. Level 1 uses the mailbox at 7 spaces, level 2 has the female box 8 spaces, level 3 has the massage chair at 9 spaces, guaranteed to be 10 effective, but L shapes exist and such. And the house shape at 10 spaces for level 4. So yeah, Angelic Missile. Super speed is an important power. It doesn't seem like much because what does it do? You run extremely fast and knock weakened foes into the air when you bump into them. Yeah, it's basically dashing fast in the aim direction. There's some turning ability, although hard turning does have a delay. But soft turning is decently lenient. Can I display as much? Yeah, soft turning is decently lenient. Also, when you use super speed, you can still use attack powers or buffs. They're still not darkened when you're in the running. Yeah. It's also worth noting that stamina is not used when you're in super speed mode. However, it doesn't regen, so you have to be watchful of that if you get low on stamina before using super speed. If you're wondering, the basic mobility is 3 times the weapon type's running speed. Yeah, you see how I'm able to move fast enough with the skyscraper club. Gosh. Of course, there's a shortcoming with this, that this mobility cannot be modified by other changes to mobility. So yeah, scaling issues. Not that the speed modifiers aren't broken or anything. Still. So dashing lasts for 6 seconds, if you're wondering, and it's still burst mobility, but it's useful for various purposes, such as flanking, to get around terrain cover, or simply tagging the other guy. I mean, yeah, because the mobility is so versatile. It can even be used for panic button. Wait a minute. Yeah, that big burst of speed, yeah, it can be used by panic button. It's even helped by a 50% damage reduction and status resistance, as well as, again, knockback immunity. Now, it costs a full line, but I'm sure that's unimportant. Yeah, I'm really sure it's unimportant. Don't worry, guys. It's a full line in the miracle box. I mean, super speed is still less cost effective than Angelic Missile. So, full line, yeah, I'm sure that's a big deal. Warp is a multiplayer-only power, and it's known for a less than welcome reason. Warp from your current position to gather multiple and cheeky computer. Get out of here, you blasted thing. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by the computer, Warp teleports the user to a respawn point, and it's random where you go. You also get respawn invincibility. Note again the distinction from intangibility. But anyway, warp is subject to randomness, so it's typically used for escaping, especially against close range attacks where the chance of failure to escape the close range is marginalized. It's only locked. Warp is only locked out of usage when doing a melee attack or when doing a miracle casting animation or some such. This includes the initial jumping of a jump power. Anyway. And anyway, beyond that, warp can be used pretty much at any other time. And this even includes when you're knocked flying, or even when inflicted with a stronger debuff. So that's already a massive advantage over both super speed and Angelic Missile. Without the mobility restrictions, wow, I didn't even see these there. So yeah, and for reference, super speed locks out attacks other than forward attacks, or I think melee dash attacks, I want to say. But anyway, warp with no other major points of interest beyond the panic button involvement. It's actually banned on the Value 100 Discord server. Granted, given I have seen warp even at lower level run into problems with the miracle box fitting compared to super speed, especially when stacking committal miracles. I'd be willing to check if it's simply placebo created by weapon modifiers. But I would not object to a remaster reducing its charge count to simply 1 per level, which would warp miracle box shapes would still be more cost effective in panic button counts, and with more confounding to decipher miracle box shapes than a certain other defensive miracle, one with the initials RB, but warp would not take the potential Velen teleportation to absurd levels. And if you're wondering, warp's miracle box shapes are the basic U, then the missing corners box, then the massage chair, and then the castle tower. So yeah. Oh, and yeah, I just proved that that the spin shot is not useless on ancient. Yeah. Take that, skyscraper club. Wait a minute. Mega Laser is our first attack power, and it's something that for some reason I feel is underpowered. I'm not sure why, but I'm sure we could figure it out. Mega Laser does exactly what it says on the tin. It fires a massive laser. Self-explanatory. Again, most miracle stats are different on multiplayer, so the rapid hit damage is increased there. Which is actually because the other guy can avoid the bulk of the damage. But consider that hitting the other guy at all does have its merits there. And this is a long range attack that hits immediately at any range. Rapid hit, and it ignores terrain. Oh hey, my neutral shots can do that too. That last part I mean. Also know that attack powers have a casting animation, which provides lengthy intangibility when used. Mega Laser has a unique one that can be cancelled into a dash attack that gets the casting animations intangible. I mean, the timing seems precise, but with the timing of getting intangibility. There we go. Yeah, like that. But anyway, this thing, which I call the Mega Laser Cancel, even avoids decrementing the charge count. That doesn't show here because this is the practice range, but it does happen. Oh, and I should note that Idle Transformation has the same casting animation, although Idle Transformation is busted and overused well before using this thing. But for whatever reason, I'd be fine with Mega Laser, with the Mega Laser Cancel on Mega Laser if it actually decremented the charge count, but I can't put my finger on why. Any ideas, guys? Please? Oh well. For anybody who cares, Mega Laser costs a full line and adds 2 spaces per added level instead of 1, eventually resulting in a 2x6 rectangle at level 4. I don't know why that would be important, but oh well. Explosive Flame is significantly more close range. The explosion is placed 12 meters in the aiming direction. It's that not a massive explosion, by the way, yeah. But anyway, the explosion is placed 12 meters in the aiming direction.
Thank you.
And on top of the damage output and the burn deep of status chance, against multiplayer fighters, it repeatedly deals enough knockback with to cause repeated flinching.
Thank you.
The radius isn't that big even at max level. It might barely clear 10 meters at max level. but it is bound to suffice in disrupting strafing without needing active and reading backing it. Yeah, strafe. You're right, buddy. Level differences I should point out. This time relate to the damage output and the radius, but both are subtle enough that an opponent deciphering the precise level used with explosive flame is actually very unlikely to find it unreasonable to do so. But that's okay, since explosive flame isn't a nightmare to punch through, believe me. Oh, and for reference, explosive flame's miracle box shapes are L-shapes, minimizing at 8 spaces, with level 3 having an empty space on its clockwise end that has it avoid using the full row and column, and level 4 actually using the full row and column. Don't worry, that actually isn't important this time. If anything, that can bring up interesting points soon enough. Speaking of, Black Hole needs no introduction, but for those who don't get it, yeah, that speaks for itself. So let's go into the explanation about Black Hole. First, the description. Create a black hole that pulls enemies toward it. Together mode only. And yeah, exactly what it says on the tin. Oh, and yeah, it would not be useful in single player mode because you wouldn't exactly be able to use it on vacuum immune underworld monsters, would you? But anyway, going into the deeper points about Black Hole doesn't seem like much, but it ends up being a game-defining tech miracle. It may not be an auto-win due to having only 2 charges, but it can easily reduce the opponent's effective durability based on your best close-range burst damage option, which Skyscraper Club has in spades. The Achilles heel in this thing, however, is that it relies solely on pinning the other guy to take their beating. I need to cite the story behind how I figured out how to work around that. At some point, a little after a bite of frustration with weapon modifiers from nastiness that is, believe me, relatively tame with them, I had one day gone onto Battalion Wars 2's online to see how the skirmish exchange of fire would play out if I could use terrain cover to sneak ships around to create more opportunity to hit viable targets. Although that wasn't managing enough success, and since I was using the manual frigate in the interest of safety factor, I had opted to attack computer targets when I found myself up against the manual submarine, which actually can kite out the manual frigate, believe it or not. The impressive thing was that my submarines, which had been protected by my troop carrier efforts, could end up swarming the opposing submarine with their homing torpedoes that weren't going to be dodged without defilade, overwhelming the human player factor. Hooray for troop carrier getting rewarded against a pesky evasion, yes! In inspiration from that bit of good gameplay, I had opted to look into using Black Hole even with the presence of certain miracles that hard counter it. What I ended up finding out is that it complements the miracle system. Miracles that would be used to stop the vacuum or some such still have limited charges that would likely be used over the course of battle, but at the same time, somebody doing too much offense stacking was going to be defenseless enough. It got to the point where I realized that I could start IDing different threats to effectiveness reasonably again, because all I had to do was weather the projectile showering storm and cause the other guy to burn out their resources. It helps when reliable ways to disrupt Black Hole without miracles involve weapon types that inevitably involve counterplay in their own right, which is the big selling point. Black Hole guarantees a jump in counterplay. It may still require skill with how the Black Hole beacon gets placed 15 meters in the aiming direction, while having the vacuum effect extend to about 12 meters, but 20 to 25 meters is still good coverage for such a drastic effect, further helped by how it can even be the reward for reading strafing efforts. Now, naturally, I need to cite that there are 2 methods that the opponent is bound to consider when Black Hole is triggered to work. The first is nullifying the vacuum's effect, often done by knockback immunity, which also provides vacuum immunity, so that black hole can't achieve its task of keeping its target pinned in place. This naturally requires using a charge from one of several miracle choices, and no, I'm not going to count evasion plus shenanigans. Never try to make me. The other is a bit more versatile, still dependent on equipment, but it still adds more choices. Blunt, or possibly even punish the follow-up attack. If the follow-up attack is defeated thoroughly, Black Hole's effectiveness will be reduced to the damage the beacon itself deals, which is junk even at max level and with no mitigating factors in that regard from the target. Still, what will be needed if the follow-up will be a projectile will be either, of course, a charge from one of several more miracles for variable reasons, or a shot attack with enough shot cancel to at least clash with the projectile follow-up. For reference, Skyscraper Club's forward shot has 5 shot cancel. Don't ask me why it isn't 6 for dash shot risk reward, but it still beats out plenty of dash shots. If there's one thing I would do if I had to rebalance Black Hole, and I would be able to do so, it would be to improve the higher levels so that they're not stuck with relying so much on the vacuum velocity improvement to benefit. But level 1 would still be getting that with a bit of vacuum velocity improvement to make significantly outrunning it stand out much more. Keeping in mind that I'd still stick with key points such as how Black Hole at level 4 uses an L shape, like so, that isn't awkward with less slender miracles as opposed to the lower levels U shapes. Even if there's still enough reason why I'd go with level 1, which you can see here, obviously. And more importantly, there's also the key point that Black Hole has only 2 charges. Certainly at level 1, I would maintain that point, at least, so that any user would have to remember that existence is done by any miracle that does either of those 2 methods I mentioned of stopping the Black Hole Skyscraper Club forward shot combo, while being capable of at least 2 charges themselves, possibly for 6 paces or less for that much at minimum. Oh, and I should also mention that a third method of countering Black Hole usage, one that doesn't rely on equipment, and that is simply to hit the user with an attack that would send them flying before they can release their follow-up. I am sure you can guess why this is far from foolproof and instead it's more of a last resort. That's really the big takeaway. Leaving the white Black Hole is on my Skyscraper Club Miracle Box, along with Jump Glide and Super Speed. Black Hole is best used when not thinking in absolutes, instead bolstering innovations by getting around its hard counters. The other guy opts to handle their setup in interest of making sure it has more adroit, multifaceted purpose if they aren't using some demolition setup where I'd already wanted to do that for more fundamental flow anyway. Especially considering that those counters to Black Hole are not foolproof against the Black Hole user. Making it clear that it's important to know the difference between using a miracle and playing a miracle. And it's true that I would personally benefit from the other guy in using creativity, that I would see them finding necessity in more active maneuvers. Still, the other guy can learn to use innovation in other matchups, and that's good for game design, that it is teaching players to be innovative, to be having maintained minds that provide consistency and are playing by heart. Phew, that should be everything. I'll go over the counters as they go along, and I will get to talking about super speed and attack protection, don't you worry. But this is already so much to take in. Continuing on. Meteor Shower is another attack miracle, one that is still close range, but with significantly different dynamics from Explosive Flame. Meteor Shower releases a deluge of shooting stars, and it drops 8 meteors single file forward in aiming direction at the time of registered input. So yeah, you can't spin shot it, but you can spin shot the buffer. There we go. So, the Anyway, the meteors not only hit hard enough to add up, but they also carry transcend and shock cancel. Compared to explosive flame, this is better at catching, back dodging, and non-lateral movement in general, despite the 25 meter maximum range, because the meteors do cause knockback especially, so that can actually chain. The meteors can chain into each other. It's at the cost of being easy to strafe. And still, with the vocal power calling out practically anybody who doesn't strafe, it'd be solid for bolstering psychological warfare that works off of breeding strafing efforts in the first place. Meteor Shower has 2 to 4 charges depending on its level, with L-shapes extending 2 to 4 spaces in each direction from the corner, again based on level. It's easy to decipher, although not much worth in doing so. It's really a good thing that Meteor Shower is susceptible to tactical maneuvers, even if it does have its uses. And that was a little liberal. Landmine is a trap attack, and it's self-explanatory, or at least I hoped it would be. But anyway, Landmine. Plant an invisible bomb on the ground. Yeah, it's not quite invisible. You can still see the... You can still... The red beeping, I can see it there. But, anyway... Landmine acts as a sort of proximity mine, but it can be set off by the pulse shooting, and it will simply trigger after its 15-second lifespan. And there we go. Yeah, you can see the red beeping. Yeah, it's subtle. The opponent will be able to see it, but yeah, it's subtle enough. Yeah. Also convenient is that it doesn't deal friendly fire. And friendly fire of your own also can't set it off, but which is convenient in team matches. Although since your own attacks won't set it off, you have no way to manually set it off prematurely, which is going to come into play. Because also of note is that Landmine's casting animation is used. It's unique to keep its usage subtle, making it easier to act out of it. Because just have to wait for this thing to go off again. Yeah, it's a little early, not that much, but of course it's not an incredibly strong effect, but anyway. So Landmine is also cost effective on the Miracle Box, which now brings up that the casting animations from all attack miracles provide intangibility lasting past move choice cooldown. Although the surplus intangibility is merely a floor of how much is provided by a follow-up, or if it's changed into a dash around or parry dodge. Yeah, I had full intangibility there. Here, I did not have full intangibility for the entire dash around. I did not have full intangibility for that dash around because I was late there. I'm pretty sure I... Yeah, you see the differences in the amount of surplus intangibility in going into the follow-up and base. Yeah. Anyway, the surplus intangibility itself can be a little annoying to anybody combating this stuff, but so can Witch Time in Smash 4. Yeah, let's not forget that Witch Time also did not have limited charges. The attack miracles having that shortcoming is what keeps the surplus intangibility fair. Take notes, Celestial Fireworks! Especially worth noting is that when an attack miracle is in use... Thank you. When an attack miracle is in use, what was it? It can't be recasted, which particularly hit its landmine. Yeah, like so. Landmine does have an advantage in regard to the usage availability, though, which I kind of showed off because.
Thank you.
Because attack miracles of the same registered colors also can't be simultaneously active. Like I can't have. But not that I said registered. Because landmine is actually treated as a blue attack miracle instead of a red one. It will clash with blue attack miracles, which we'll get into later, but those are clearly more utility based in case you can tell. Landmine can add another attack miracle into the mix. Like so. Because, yeah, perfect example there, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah. Of course, just remember that burnout is a concern. You will still have limited charges. For reference, landmine has 2 to 4 charges, with the basic U shape at level 1, the roof shape at level 2, and the mailbox shape at level 3. The developers must have been confident, rightfully so, because that effectiveness with landmine usage would require the user to be methodical. Reflect Barrier provides plenty to talk about, because it manages to be popular for its simple premise. Placing a big shield right ahead, one that lasts 6 seconds, and in case you couldn't guess for the name, it reflects projectiles. Yeah. Yeah, it creates a barrier that reflects shots. Yeah, want to guess what's the most common attack in a shooter? Yeah, take a wild guess. So, suffice to say that Reflect Barrier would already have a powerful defensive effect, but it doesn't end there either, and believe me, this is without going into the obvious use against Skyscraper Clip. There's also an actual hitbox on the shield.
Thank you.
Dang it, that was too far away.
Thank you.
There we go. Yeah. This hitbox also generates high enough knockback to send a foe flying into the air. So if you have to worry about unconditional flinching when up against Reflect Barrier, you want to be mindful about challenging the Reflect Barrier directly. Reflect Barrier's interaction with the Miracle Box are in a similar boat to that of Meteor Shower as well. They're easily deciphered at 1 charge per level, with the shapes being 2x3 to 2x6 rectangles, the rectangle's length being based on level of course, but the rectangles have a habit of being even more convenient fits in their all-around nature than Meteor Shower's potentially overly slender L shapes. This gets to the point where the casting animation's intangibility adds marginalized role in Reflect Barrier being a panic button and capitalizing upon most miracles already being burst effects. Keep in mind though that Reflect Barrier is not invincible. For starters, the shield is the only thing that the Reflect Barrier user gets for any added defense, and melee attacks as well as attack miracles will fully ignore it. Yeah, this applies to Meteor Shower, this applies to, and this would apply to Mega later too. Anyway. Of course, you do have to remember that the shield, the melee attack usage is to consider the shield's own hit effect factor. Too far away. But there's one other important factor that you may have witnessed.
Thank you.
The shield is stationary and will not move with the user. This can turn it into a shove, the spin shot technique being a solid siege tool for most weapon types, with forward shots bouncing becoming toward newly harmless locations. And there's also the point that if reflex barriers twitched, black hole can be used to drag the reflex barrier user out of their protection. Like I'm right here. I use reflex barrier. The other guy uses black hole to drag me here, and yeah. And remember that attack miracles cannot. Attack miracles. This means you reflex barrier with your 6-second duration have to wait the end to be recasted. By which point the skyscraper forward shot will have been launched to effect. Unafraid of being turned into a sharp white black hole off the bat is a bad idea. Believe me, I've busted reflex barrier this way before. The reflex barrier user could have further protection against this, but it's using another miracle or involving a weapon type that is its own counterplay. That will be clear. They're doing something either way. Yeah. Things like this choking out reflex barrier could be punished actively if it gets mishandled. Don't worry though, reflex barrier does have consistent uses, including an offense where you can build on an opponent being cornered to set up further attack with an even strafe reading from the creation of a hot zone.
Thank you.
Just remember that reflex barrier charges are inevitably precious, so nothing less than active creativity would be recommended in case the other guy would know how to chip it apart. All in all, while the Japanese thing about the nail that sticks out is normally defined in a way that is anti-individualism, something that is a bad thing finding sterility, the literal saying applying the reflex barrier applies, but does promote innovation all the same, which is good. Heavenly Light is the last of the red attack miracles. Let's read its description. Unleash a light that hurts approaching enemies. It's a close range attack miracle, of course. This one deals rapid hits to any enemies near the user, within about 10-12 meters thereabouts. The damage isn't incredible, but hitting nearby guys at all has utility purpose. Or rather, it would, if not for what else but evasion plus. I should cite that the rapid hitting will be good for tearing through a certain miracle that has been ultimately corrupted in randoms into a signal of evasion plus abuse, but yeah, no. Evasion plus gets the dodge boxes to work off of. Oh, by the way, I should cite that Black Hole's own damage hitbox can't be parry dodged, though that doesn't change Evasion Plus being still overly inane against Black Hole, just less so, as I'll get into later, but I digress. It's still sad when Heavenly Light's more general usage boils down to how the persistent dodge boxes can be used to actually try to lock out the opponent's dashing ability, which is based more on the game's own controls and having limits that players have taken so much issue with for plenty of good reason, and then points involving non-exploitative gameplay such as disrupting otherwise obnoxious miracles. And even getting past the evasion issues with Evasion Plus, as well as the need to get close for Heavenly Light and the work and the usefulness, which by the way results in suffering by ineffectiveness against Short Range Plus. I can also point out how Heavenly Light has the same low regen rates as Angelic Missile, with far less to justify as much, when it's far less capable of the same abuse when spammed, and that some other miracles can hold to get their own infamy in randoms while not getting those low regen rates in the first place despite every reason to. I'm looking at you, AA! And yeah, abbreviations are to avoid spoiler, but we'll get to that. At least Heavenly Light gets recharges in multiplayer while costing only 6 basis minimum, so casting animation involvement is active.
Thank you.
A shame its only benefit for higher level is more damage, allowing it to manage damage input that is still underwhelming at best. Its level 1 shape is the 2x3 rectangle. I'm not fighting what the higher level shapes are. That's how bad the higher levels are. Buff miracles in general involve a few points that will come up often so that I would want to get them out of the way. The first point to cover is an important rule. A fighter can have no more than 3 buff miracles active at a time. If they set up a 4th one when 3 are already active, the earliest activated one will be removed. No refunds. Like, here I use invisible shots first, and then homing boost, quick charge. You see that my shots are invisible, hence the name invisible shots. And as soon as I activated Autoreticle, invisible shots went away. Then homing boost went away when I reactivated invisible shots. Then quick charge went away. Yeah, you get the idea. Invisible shots went. Hey. Yeah, you get the idea. Now, second, buff miracles have a display priority. These powers make my points. Anyway, buff miracles have a display priority that you can see on the bottom screen. You can see one buff miracle on the bottom screen. Here I use quick charge, and then I use Autoreticle. Autoreticle the one showing up. Homing boost, invisible shots, and slip shot. Yeah, I went from bottom to top actually. Like I used Autoreticle there, and it doesn't show up any. Same with quick charge. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, the display priority is actually involved in multiplayer, where each player will have an active buff miracle, if they have any, displayed along their stats on the bottom screen. Following this very rule, this may be useful for hiding the lower display priority buff miracles, which naturally tend to be lower key. Although I will state that slipshot and invisible shots have higher priority now. There's enough reason for that, as you can guess from what those 2 powers do. Keep in mind that if the opponent is intended to be nut, they could still see the talk bubble with the buff miracle, or really any miracle, when you use the miracle in question. Another thing to note is that buff miracles tend to are reliable to activate with no need to go through a casting animation or anything. The only exceptions to this are being in a flinching state, which I can't show in the practice range. Well, or not really anyway, that Angelic Missile practically forces that, if you're curious. So, or when you're doing a melee attack, like so, or a dash attack, like so. Like you see the you see the buff miracle icons darken, which means they can't be used. Yeah. But in regard to those states, yeah, as you thought, don't worry, the buffer is lenient. Like so. And one last thing to note, although it's not actually applying for all buff miracles, is that the standard duration for buff miracles on multiplayer is 16 seconds. I will point out exceptions as they come up. That covered? Let's get on to the individual buff miracles. Autoreticle. I'm going to cover it and weak point reticle, because weak point reticle's only real difference from Autoreticle in terms of usage is that the auto aiming is directed toward weak points where available, and otherwise would work as Autoreticle does. And I want to say it also involves a priority system where it targets bosses over mooks. I haven't looked too much into this stuff because my being a squishy wizard doesn't make me an outright dummy about aiming anymore, and it stops me from overcoming the game's controls, which, by the way, are biased against natural southpaws like mine. I get going on effort, folks. But don't worry, I can see the appeal of Autoreticle all the same. Autoreticle targets enemies automatically when attacking, and weak point reticle Targets enemies' weak points automatically when attacking. Solo mode only, yeah. Weak point Reticle is not around in multiplayer because things like headshot bonuses aren't a thing there. So its disadvantages compared to Autoreticle have been left to being simply some miscellaneous that I'm not going to cover. I'll just focus on stuff relevant to multiplayer that Autoreticle doesn't love. So, Autoreticle's auto-aiming benefits weapon types such as most days, which have a focus on item shot velocity. Keep in mind that the automatic aiming, by its nature, prevents shot leading, like I can't shoot 10 meters to the left because, yeah. Yeah, why did I do that again? Whatever. Well, oh, wow. Now as a note, the trigger for the automatic aiming is not too lenient, so it has a bit of a workaround with what else? The spin shot technique. Yeah, I mean it's not perfect, granted. There's the auto aiming can still trigger, but still. Anyway, yeah, Autoreticle simply only mutates more simplistic gameplay. Also, I want to say that Autoreticle defaults to the nearest enemy when there's a choice between multiple targets, which would confound staves since they deal more damage over distance with attacks in general. Don't quote me on that, because I am not fully sure. Regardless, on multiplayer, Autoreticle has 2 charges across all 3 levels. The higher level benefit is extra duration, starting at 14 seconds at level 1, adding 6 seconds per added level. Level 1 uses the treacherous line, level 2 has the full line, and level 3 involves again the full line with a 2-space clockwise edge. You might think that these lyrical box shapes aren't relevant, but trust me, you'll see soon enough. And yes, that point involves a combination that actually gets displayed on Nintendo's own tips and tricks video. Well, yeah. Quick Charge is significantly more of a non-subtle boost, and it also has multiple effects. Let's go over the description first. Charge up shots immediately. Yeah, the immediately thing is a bit of an exaggeration, to say the least. The first effect is that charge up is done faster. Like, let me demonstrate it. Yeah, notice how long that took. Not as long with quick charge. This is actually done by multiplying the requirement timer value that the game checks against for determining if the available charge up is sufficient by 60%. This is a technical detail, naturally, but for those who need something closer to layman's terms, the important point is that it even increases the effectiveness of parry charge up, which of course clouds enjoying all the anti-frustration feature involvement. Quick Charge is all around helpful with efficiency with shots anyway, so it can be helpful with expression. Yeah. Sagittarius was a little long about charge of it. The other effect that I can display as soon as Quick Charge wears off. Oh, what am I doing? You might notice that I'm firing 3 shots per clip before having to pause. Well, as soon as we use Quick Charge. And the other effect is that the increase in the ammo per clip while Quick Charge is an effect. Yeah. I could swear it's 11. Whatever. Anyway, if you're wondering about the exact increase in... it's actually variable for blades and claws. It's based on a weapon type, and I'm not even sure how exactly it's calculated. It's not helped by how the ammo counts seems to have a passive regen factor, while not having to empty first. So yeah, that metal stings. However, I do know that for all other weapon families, except clubs obviously, don't have neutral weapons, the ammo per clip is increased by 8. Or at least I'm sure it was increased by 8. But long story short, the neutral weapon needs its rest period less when quick charge is active. All of this is actually a modest effect as far as burst management goes. It's more designed to be a semi-passive, honestly. If you're mindful of the key foibles with that, because that's how the miracle system works. If you're wondering, Quick Charge in multiplayer has its charge count equivalent to its level, with its miracle box shapes being the Tetra C at level 1, that's 4 spaces, the roof, 6 spaces at level 2, the female box, that's 8 spaces at level 3, and the house for 10 spaces at level 4. Oh, don't worry, we're getting to the checks involved there, ones that make it clear that Quick Charge is more scary than anything to deal with at a more strategic level. Homing Boost is another subtle boost, sort of. Though unlike Autoreticle, Homing Boost is clear about its utility methods and don't have it be a crutch for aiming. In case you can tell, Homing Boost improves the homing ability of shots. Like, if I fire like this... Yeah. Tracking the little, yeah, a little itchy, but with Homing Boost... Yeah, the tracking's improved. Yeah, and even if I aim high up, yeah, you can see that the tracking is improved with Homing Boost, and the projectiles will have magnified homing, assuming they have any homing to even double in the first place. So won't bolster weapon types like artillery, cloth, or most staves. This can manage minor navigation around Defilate via the tracking. And perhaps more interestingly, assuming the game will feel like cooperating about displaying what I want, because the training model I wants to be bugged, but... You saw that just now, right? I mean, if the training model I wasn't bugged, I'd be able to showcase more consistently that these shots would actually loop, and they'd actually complete a full loop with Homing Boost active. Barely at this distance, but yeah, the homing can do things with relentless tracking, including, yeah, what I'm trying to display, a little thing called shot looping. Not that I say interesting, not conceptually broken. Because, especially when shot range plus aggravates homing by its very nature, giving homing more time to build up in and of itself. Yeah, it's so easy to... You need aiming so much less at longer distance with Homing Boost. Anyway, you might notice that we at the Value 100 competitive Discord do not ban eye-track orbitars, even though it's the standout for shot looping. Because shot looping requires the projectiles to complete loops, which means waiting for the projectile lifespan. And before you say, I mean, needing to go through the projectile lifespan makes the idea of shot looping favors close range to maximize the leftover projectile lifespan for the looping. It's an interesting concept that adds depth to the close range combat. And before you say that sounds like an excuse, I can just point and say that the problem lies with mid-range shot moving. Yes, that is not reasonable to deal with. But value 100 means no shot range plus, which we would just allow on site anyway. And without shot range plus, iTac Orbitars isn't going to be sending out that overwhelming shower of repeatedly hitting eyeball shots from some safe position where they wouldn't be fearing counterattack. What was it? Instead, the chunk velocity on the shots, will come into play and create actual problems doing anything at range. I can make similar points about Predator's cannon backshot actually, because I checked. That thing won't explode if it expires by timeout. And it barely has any time being close to the ground and when under homing boost for the relentless homing. So parry dodging is a thing for it. There's other uses for homing boost, but at any rate, homing boost in multiplayer has 2 support charges, depending on level, and has the mailbox shape at level 1, the female box shape at level 2, and the massage chair shape at level 3. And I may as well get into relevance now since I'm covering about it with the next miracle anyway. Something that has find less problem with homing boost than with things like its weapon modifier equivalent shot homing plus. Grid reading. I did a tutorial about this some time back, but where it comes up with homing boost is that this thing is a chunky miracle. This involves the more advanced aspects of grid reading than the next miracle, but in the 6x6 area of the miracle box, there's 4 center spaces that get contested fast by chunky miracle shapes. Homing boost at all 3 levels pressure at least 1, although it wouldn't automatically use the center space of a 5x5 area, but that does involve complications with homing boost's latter 2 levels. Just a distinction for a grid reading player to be mindful of. Still, you might have noticed that Angelic Missile, as well as Warp at higher levels, and also Quick Charge at higher levels, where it can function as a semi-passive buff, all use chunky shapes. Used together, they have plenty of risk of running into contradictions with each other, or simply having overly scattered support by extra miracles. 4 mailboxes, for example, would barely get to add a Tetris shape, wasting 4 spaces. These problems can show up in more subtle manners, but the bottom line is that the other guy can decipher your miracle box and conceivably figure out countermeasures that way. And there is one miracle where this proves to be the counterbalancing factor. Invisible shots is another subtle boost. Invisible shots make the shots you fire invisible. And it messes with physical vision, as you're going to see, Sunita. Yeah, you can see that shot, but I need sight that one can see with their mind than their eyes. A lesson I'm wishing I could have helped convey to that disability daycare center. Considering one of the clients there was a literally blind fellow. Although that client's intelligence wasn't showing healthy enough signs, but considering the points of a disability daycare center. Anyway, in regard to invisible shots, this thing more catches opponents relying too much on eyesight than anything. For reference, I need sight that Stealth Plus actually doesn't have invisible shots innately, but its projectiles are so hard to see for how fast and quietly they travel that they may as well be. And Stealth Plus is also counterbalanced with actually poor attack power, even lacking burst damage that would make the invisible projectiles for hit and run attacks. Oh wait, oh right, clubs. This is what invisible shots is commonly paired with. Having those big hulking power shots to be a little less distinguishable would be its fair share of added danger. Or at least, it's a scare tactic. For starters, club shots are loud enough, Halo Club being the loudest, but not the only one to allow the opponent to guess when to parry dodge a neutral shot, and considering how long they charge up, yeah. The only threat through terrain cover... Yeah, the neutral shot, of course, is the only threat through terrain cover. The dash shots still can't go through it. Yeah. So, already this is a lot, but there's even more. Do note that invisible shots have high priority display, making it hard to stealth it, so... Sounds like in somebody handling logistics, with the display priority also being just below Slipshot itself. Reactivating middle shots just does. But yeah, the display priority of Slipshot being higher than invisible shots matters, with the point that yeah, you might have heard that still going on. Yeah. Note that I had Slipshot displayed. Yeah, Slipshot would telegraph the dash shots. The big thought that's simply using invisible shots, however, is that invisible shots with only one charge per level in multiplayer is moderately expensive, with level 1 using the 2x4 rectangle for 8 spaces, level 2 using the 3x3 square for 9 spaces, and level 3 having the house shape for 10 spaces. This is a clear focus on being decisive rather than having any real sort of reliability, since it can damage your miracle options count, and that you definitely want to consider with clubs in the first place. Still, invisible shots can at least involve shock tactics. Never let it be said that the miracle system doesn't allow for expression. I'm just wondering why invisible shots is even available in single player, unless the computer does in fact get confused by it, but I don't even know for sure. Also, I should point out that Hanna-Barbera cartoons from the 60s and such had invisible characters marked by white outline for the viewers to see them. I'm not sure why a similar trick couldn't have been done from the viewpoint of the projectile's owner. Icarus Uprising using 3D models doesn't make it hyper-realistic after all. Random Effect is the first of a subset of buff miracles. Add the random effective attacks such as poison, paralysis, shaking, freezing, etc. Yeah, random effect applies a random debuff or buff miracle. Let's see what we get. Ooh, Petrify Attack. About random effect, it consistently has 2 charges on multiplayer, and the improvement from higher level is simply improving the chance of getting one or the better debuff or buff miracles or some such. I am not sure. It would be nice if we had more precise information, although I can say that this definitely messes with grid reading, especially when there's a chance of rolling a good debuff or like right there, I just rolled freeze attack. For those wondering about that, random effect that uses at least 7 spaces, with U shapes for its first 2 levels, and L shapes for its latter 2 levels, with the level 4 shape using the same shape as Slipshot level 1, so that's a full line there, for what it's worth. Yeah, don't worry, there's reason to not ban random effect actually, because yeah, it still costs 7 spaces minimum, but we'll get to that. On the subject of debuff or buff miracles, these allow for applying a debuff when you hit an opponent. But it's based on a factor involving the debuffer, which is usually like with the random numbers. Although base damage seems to have some weight with as much, but I think in this case the game will be using a system involving only one random number per attack, rather than something more sophisticated like averaging multiple random numbers. Like poison attack is chance based. Of course, I can be sure that duration is based on is affected by the base damage, but I should check anyway. By the way, ShinParu reports that the debuffers by random chance can't be applied to a lying down competent at all. You'll have to wait for them to get up. Some debuffers, however, simply work purely on base damage based buildup, and I will cite which ones as they come up. ShinParu reports that, again, the debuffers by this accumulation method can't be applied to a lying down combatant, but the accumulation will pick up and stay on standby to allow further attack to do the statusing. The accumulation counter resets as soon as the debuff goes away, for reference. Accumulation-based debuffers, however, can't be active simultaneously, but the chance-based debuffers can be. Certain weapon types, when using certain attacks, often most of the attacks, and I'd actually be here all day if I lifted off the attack exceptions, also apply given debuffers using the involved factor to varying degrees, in which case the respective debuffer's miracle will simply add its own value to the factor. Additionally, for the other debuffer buff miracles, the charge count on multiplayer is 2 to 4 based on level, but I'll only cover the miracle box shapes beyond the minimum and maximum shape counts if I deem the debuffer to be worthy of note with as much. Because in general, I think the way the game handles debuffer statuses is, well, it's passable, I suppose, but the game design suffers problems from haphazard routine that puts a little more surplus emphasis on not getting hit than welcome, since the interaction otherwise becomes iffy when the debuffers get more involved. Oh, and one last thing. Debuffer buffs have low display priority, Lord and Quick Charge, and therefore Lord and all other base buff miracles except the Select You. And this is actually consistently applying for some weird reason. I can only guess stealth involvement. Even then, some of the statuses are powerful enough. Although I will cover my thoughts on that. Like I say, the debuffers have haphazard routine. Poison attack is pretty simplistic. Poison flows with attacks. Yeah, let's equip this. Yeah. Sure. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Poison attack has a simple effect. The enemy takes gradual damage. Spoiler alert, the damage sucks. However, poison attack does at least have a longer duration. It's 28 seconds on multiplayer, so it's more capable of being a semi-passive without a higher level. Still, I wouldn't blame anybody who would think more of Skyjump. Miracle Box cost is 3 to 5 spaces. The least expensive of any buff miracle, I believe. I'd have to check if anything even ties, but I don't think so. And Poison Attack does, of course, still have its long duration. Anyway, poison can naturally be inflicted by the Viper Blade and the Scorpio Staff. Outside the first 2 melee combo hits, from what I can determine in a bit of quick labbing with both. Paralyze Attack is next. Attacks inflict paralysis on a foe, which can stop its movement and make dodging harder. Yo, let's equip this. Yeah, there's the paralysis signal. The enemy will go through their motions more slowly. I want to say with input notification at given intervals, but don't quote me on that. I'd have to... I mean, labbing debuffs becomes such a pain. But anyway, the enemy can try to power through, but the slowdown can just as easily be more than enough. Therefore, devastating effect. Useful particularly for 4 to 6 bases. Paralysis can be naturally inflicted by Ancient Staff, Verity Claws, Phosphor Bow, Halo Club, Dynamo Cannon, Shock Orbitars, and Electroshock Arm. I should mention that Halo Club can only inflict paralysis with the neutral shot's wind effect, so it's not too reliable about the idea. It's also funny that Skyscraper Club has electrical elemental attacks, but can't cause paralysis without external aid. Oh well. Weaken Attack isn't multiplayer only, first of all. Attack inflicts a weakened status on a foe, which has its maximum health. It's? What? And yeah, together only. And yeah, first off, inflicting the weakened debuff is multiplayer only, despite some single player enemies being able to inflict it upon you, because the computer is a cheating bugger. Second, the weakened debuff, allow me to demonstrate. Yeah, as you can see, there. Yeah, as you can see, I wiped out their HP fast because the weakened debuff momentarily cuts the enemy's HP, current and maximum, like, in half. You can use it to take out a good amount of their durability quickly if you can land in some good hits in. I can assume that the healing effectiveness will be doubled by weakened, but the usability of healing tends to be sketchy to say the least. Tried to use healing there, but what was I wanting to say? Oh yeah. I should also note that weakening is actually interesting. So I can say how the miracle box shapes are L shapes, 3 spaces in each direction from the corner at level 1, resulting in the same shape as Meteor Shower level 2. With excuse me, good sir. With level 2 adding another space onto the anti-clockwise side, and then level 3 adding one onto the clockwise side. And by the way, Great Reaper Palm can actually inflict weaken as you saw. Yeah, although it does depend on certain attacks. But the Reapers will definitely inflict it. Petrify is a noteworthy debuffer. Attacks inflict petrification on a foe, which makes it unable to move. That's what happens with Petrify Attack. Petrify is an accumulation status. It requires about 45 base damage to deal with Petrify Attack. Petrify itself means that the enemy will be turned to stone. Castlevania Circle of the Moon, shining armor with fatty enough. You have to use stone with the letter D at the end as a noun rather than a verb or adjective. Right. So, when the enemy has been turned to stone, they won't be able to move or shoot, or even use most miracles for the duration, which seems to be 4 seconds. Note that I say most, and note that warp is an exception to this, along with another which naturally I will cover. A player who is turned to stone can keep pressing buttons to break out sooner. I want to say copy Jordan, but I'm not sure. While they are turned to stone, so they do at least take half damage. So a bit of mercy is involved there. Since Petrify has a significant debuff all the same, I will cite that Petrify Attack uses the same rectangle shape as Reflex Barrier, except the 2x6, since it, like the other debuffers in general, doesn't have a level 4, so 2x3 to 2x5. No weapon type is capable of naturally infecting Petrify, by the way, so I'm just using Tentacle here. Yep. Shake Attack is another multiplayer miracle. Hooray! Even though, again, certain single player enemies can inflict upon you, but joy. So Shake Attack. Attacks inflicting a shaking case, and so has a hard time aiming, and again with the it. Together will only, of course. So Shake itself causes the enemy's reticle to go wild. You hear the sound. Excuse me, buddy, you're being rude. Anyway, yeah, wild reticle shaking, yeah, rather subtle that, very subtle. I hear, however, that that's what the table's homing, so you can't use that as an obvious solution to get around control issues. Well, at least the shaking would involve disruption against disruption against pressure-based range setup. And it's inexpensive too, 4 to 6 spaces, so yeah, you can just squeeze it in and yeah. You don't lose too much sleep, you can immediately set up. Oh, and shake can't be applied naturally by any weapon type, so yeah, you have to use it with something with good reliability for hitting, like yeah. I'm using the Titan Cannon because, as I mentioned, the AoE is solid. Yep. Short game. Confuse Attack is another subtle debuff. Quick subtlety. Attack inflict a confused status info, which makes it move and shoot unpredictably. Yeah, the enemy will do random moving and attacking when under confusion. Confusion can again involve disruption, and you won't see the training mono attack ever, but anyway, against standard targets, be careful not to get caught by a random attack if you're using this for melee. Although reflex barriers are complement to this to address it that much, so... And it helps that confused attack is inexpensive at only 4 to 6 spaces. Bearing flies orbits Mars and can use shots or melee attacks other than the melee combo's first hit, and to apply confusion naturally. Assuming the forward shot feels like applying confusion. Hello? Oh, there we go. Chasing point. Burn attack. Let's let the description say speak for itself. Attacks inflict a burn status on a foe, which causes ongoing damage rather than poison. Yes, burn attack is poison attack, but better. Or stronger at any rate. It's kind of subjective. Kind of. But the range not being as long does not change that the damage is overall better. Just keep in mind that neither burning nor poison nor burning will finish off a player. It will. Oh, right. What am I doing? Yeah, there we go. Burn status. Gradual damage, better than poison. Anyway, underworld baddies can be finished off by the burning, and yeah, as well as single player enemies. But players won't take lethal damage from burning or poison, so they may be able to imitate Neville Longbottom. Although both burning and poison can still capitalize upon weakening. The Miracle Box shape starts with a Tetris J for 4 spaces, then adds 2 spaces to the shorter side at each level, the end result being Explosive Flame's level 1 shape. Oh, and speaking of Explosive Flame, that thing has a chance of inflicting burning, and actually is likely to repeat hits. Weapon types that can cause burning without external aid are Wolf Claws, Erupting Burning Finger Palm, Earth Maul Club, Leo Cannon, Twin Bellows Cannon, and Volcano Arm, and Phoenix Arm. Don't ask me why Bomber Arm isn't included. Probably because it has quick charge up. And now, eat end. Freeze Attack. Attack is even more noteworthy than Petrify Attack, if you can believe it as much as Naruto Uzumaki does. Freeze Attack. Attacks that inflict a frozen today's status on a foe, which makes it unable to it again. For Paladin's sake, a few Natskis pulled a heroic sacrifice for Pit. You'd be forgiven for thinking he's a heroic sociopath. I mean, he's not, but still. What's with the repeat usage of the term it? Haven't you heard Icarus Uprising? It's dehumanizing. Right. So, Frozen today is another accumulation status requiring about 46 base damage with Freeze Attack. Frozen today is the same as Petrified, but without the damage halving, at the cost of having what seems to be 3 seconds duration rather than 4 seconds. I can assume that breaking out is handled the same way, and honestly, I am not a fan of needing to mash as the direct method of countering given debuffs. Especially in the case where when mobility and attacking are both still off to something that favors hit evade advantage. At least Freeze Attack is expensive. Level 1 uses the 3x3 square for 9 spaces, level 2 uses the Chunky J for 10 spaces, and level 3 uses the Castle Tower for 11 spaces. That's 9 to 11 spaces. It kind of has an easy time being cost effective at higher levels, though. As for weapon types capable of naturally making sure that people will imitate Christopher Lloyd, only Aquarius Blade is available, and then it can only manage as much with otherwise low power melee attacks. No such luck with its range attacks. Spin Attack is yet another multiplayer only miracle, and yet again it can be inflicted by certain single player enemies like coils. What is it? Everybody pick on Fit Day? Anyway, Spin Attack. Attacks that inflict a turning status on a foe, which impairs its orientation. And together mode only, of course. Anyway, with the spin debuff, the enemies will have their camera shift. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it doesn't affect the computer, so I can't display it properly here. But, there's a suggestion that the spinning seems to be clockwise. Of course, it's hard to laugh this stuff, check if something like anti-clockwise spinning can happen, because seriously, laughing debuff kind of sucks. This debuff can be adjusted to anyway, hence I have no confidence in it affecting the computer. So it's tended to be more of a skill bar in general. At least it's inexpensive, only 4 to 6 spaces. No weapon type can cost it naturally at all, if you're wondering. Eggplant Attack is multiplayer only once again, but at least its involvement in single player makes sense this time, given the involvement of its origins in the original Kid Icarus, which kind of think of it as crouching, but in a silly form at that. Remaster, please add crouching related movement. I doubt it would break anything anyway if you keep it balanced. And you might be able to improve the dodging system to boot. But digressing aside, Eggplant Attack. Attacks that inflict an eggplant status on the foe, which makes it unable to attack. Together mode only, of course. Yeah, let's use the Eggplant Attack to demonstrate. Eggplant is another accumulation status. After dealing about 50 base damage, an approximation to be sure, because lapping methods to dig up any exact values suck. Eggplant for 8 seconds, turns the upper half of the enemy's body into an eggplant, preventing them from attacking whatsoever. They actually can't use dodge moves either, or most miracles, and I heard report that this actually includes warp, which I didn't mention was stone or frozen today, because warp is known to work through both of those. Eggplant Attack uses the 2x4 rectangle at level 1 for 8 spaces, then the 3x3 square at level 2 for 9 spaces, and finally the Chunky J at level 3 for 10 spaces. Yeah, and proof of concept that accumulation works on built up. And of course, there aren't any weapon types that can inflict eggplant on their own. Tempura Attack is similar to Eggplant Attack. Attacks inflict a Tempura status on a foe, which makes it unable to attack it again. Together only, and kind of rude, buddy. How funny named you are. Oh, perfect. You're. Yeah. Tempura Attack, as opposed to Eggplant Attack, it lasts 7 seconds as opposed to 8. Yeah, take that. The activation is standardized for 48 base damage thereabouts, and there are signs of the enemy's stamina being suffocated, though I do not know exactly how it's handled. Trying to lab this out is particularly farcical too, and this includes in single player, because the one enemy type who deals it, the Tempura Wizard, involves this one behavior difference from the Eggplant Wizard, where he would chase you down when you're Tempura, and would instantly eat you, instantly killing you with no way to mulligan as much if he catches you. I don't know if this is ever reliably escapable from the moment you're transformed, only that it's naturally biased against lower mobility weapon types, except that this is even more of a problem. But at least Tempura Attack costs a bit more. One space more at comparative levels, but the added effect compared to Eggplant Attack isn't overwhelming at least. Level 1 uses the massage chair, level 2 has the APC, and level 3 is the castle tower. And once again, no weapon types naturally inflict Tempura. And here's Instant Death Attack. Attacks have a chance of killing a foe instantly. Solo mode only. Yeah, Instant Death Attack is single player only for obvious reasons. But what a treat you get, Pitch, since we never have to worry about anything but Orns having it. And Orns that aren't particularly subject to memorization are slow as well. Instant Death Attack is an accumulation based, shockingly at only 42.5 base damage thereabouts. Considering the obvious effect and obviously the lack of mulligans, because God, look at that. I have only one charge? Okay. Not that bosses and certain enemies are naturally immune, but at least some beefy enemies, such as Centurion's strong arms, aren't, as a video on Nico showcasing Chapter 20 on 9.0 with a base crusher arm displayed to isolate the still sickeningly cheap Juggernaut. I swear there's no defending that thing, even if we ignored 9.0's durability inflation. I have something to talk about anyway, because Instant Death Attacks and Miracle Box shapes are a point of balance. They all require a full line, with level 1 already adding 2 spaces on the clockwise edge, and the further levels adding a further 2 spaces apiece, resulting in the 2x6 rectangle at level 3. I'm actually curious if this thing could have been balanced in multiplayer. Granted, it would have to be given further nerfs, such as Transcendent Display Priority, other than Daybreak parts, to make it near impossible to stealth. A unique blue flames aura reminiscent of the orange that mark the user in direct view. Shorter duration for increased difficulty in activation. Things like that. But just seeing it immediately contradict level slipshot is a welcome reminder of the potential of the miracle system as a balancing factor. Oh, and goes without saying, but you won't find any weapon types dealing into death attack on their own. Anything doing so would have to be blatantly hacking. Speaking of the potential of the miracle system, we have Power Thief, or as I will call it, Miracle Steel, which is its Japanese name. First off, the monsters in single player don't have miracles to steal, hence the together only. Yeah, here's the description. Use melee attacks to steal a power or miracle your opponent has equipped. But anyway, yeah, monsters in single player having miracles to steal would have been a lot of effort with the programming, which is going to be a theme with the negative side of my commentary about Miracle Steel, that relating to its execution. But conceptually, Miracle Steel is a very solid miracle. I actually class it as an anti-armor miracle, even though it doesn't deal direct damage whatsoever or anything like that, which ties into the beauty of the miracle system's piece of heal, that it ties the usefulness of defensive power with miracle charges. I'll get to how when I get to the relevant miracle, but you see more than enough reason. Anyway, I'm covering this on the description screen where I can freely talk without just being disturbed by battle, because I have a lot to say, but I need to go into battle real quick to display what happens with Miracle Steel in action. Okay, let's use this thing. Oh, wait, wrong miracle. Let's fix that. Yeah, there we go. Oh, hi. I got miracles. Meteor Shower. So what happens with Miracle Steel is that when you directly hit with a melee attack, and I believe there's a cooldown to prevent multiple steals with a singular melee combo, you steal a charge from a random one of the opponent's miracles. The stolen miracle, if it's not already in your miracle box, will be placed in the far right of your miracle selection, regardless of where it is in the categorization. If you have trouble using this miracle yourself and you're using this for more than depriving the opponent of miracle charges, this is fixed by a simple trick already made useful when stacking miracle options. Place your touchscreen stylus on the miracle selection and quickly flick in the direction opposite the end you want to move to. If you can't flick left well to be on the rightmost miracle right away, you can still flick right. And then once you hit the leftmost miracle, just press miracle left, default left on the D-pad, but I have it set to one of the face buttons, the Y button to be precise, and the miracle selection will do rotation to the rightmost miracle that way. So yeah, to clarify about the randomness about which miracle is taken, the chance for each miracle is based on how much space it uses on the opponent's miracle box out of all available options for the random selection. I can cite with this in mind that this guarantees that Miracle Steel taking something on my Skyscraper Club miracle box that I actively wouldn't want taken is an 11 out of 12 chance, or in other words, just over 90%. Not that I'd even be comfortable if it was something low like 5%. It's not like I have the brand of luck where I get 2 copies in a row on a recording nearly often enough. And yes, Secret of Evermore reference there. Now obviously, the randomness is a touchy subject to say the least, especially when it comes to multiplayer. And Miracle Steel also staggers grid rating just because of the stolen miracle involvement confounding everything. But what can keep Miracle Steel balanced is 2 critical weaknesses. The first is obvious. It is useless without melee combat. The user has to get close to their target and be right there for the target to potentially beat silly in return if they want to make use of this thing. And keep in mind that the duration for charge is 12 seconds at level 1, only getting 3 seconds per added level, so it already relies on timing a bit a bit as well, with only 2 charges available. This by itself already lets something like a contender club fight back significantly more easily. But Miracle Steel still runs the risk of speed-based bias with the Miracle system, because you can just clip the guy and whoop, stolen Miracle. But, hold up. Don't worry though, because this ties into the second weakness. What else but Miracles and Steel's shapes? With level 1 already being the full line. If you're wondering, each added level adds a full space under the clockwise edge. Not much, but neither is the duration increases. Getting back onto the subject of the full line, you might not think it's much, because Slipshot would already be anything but synergetic in general with the Miracle Steel, except maybe Shock Factor with level 1 Slipshot, which doesn't even allow multiple full line miracles. But let's just say that there are a couple of other miracles requiring a full row and column that would otherwise be so disruptive to a good counter to Miracle Steel. But Miracle Steel is still anti-armor, and it still uses a slender shape that leaves, 27 to 30 spaces on a Miracle box to boot. So it's just encouraging innovation. You know, the kind of thing that rogue types would be good at. This is especially emphasized by how Miracle Steel has low display priority. Not the lowest, but it is lower than that of the status buffs, so Poison Attack, for example, can still help the mask it. That covered? Let's get this out there. Miracle Steel is generally a pain to lab. Already, it requires active cooperation with the labbing because multiplayer labbing and capability is junk, and you also have to make sure the dummy player is involving a reliable setup, which is not happening with the computer. What further doesn't help is that Miracle Steel is infrequently used in the environment of randoms, where thanks to weapon modifiers there is blatant bias in favor of range, especially whenever you run into min-maxers. The way Miracle Steel tends to behave also makes it feel like an incomplete miracle in its own right, which is messy with anti-armor already, but has the added bonus that we could have a miracle version of Kirby's copy ability from the Smash Bros games. But, 1-to-1 transitions inevitably run into critical details, causing problems. Not that I'm excusing the Olimar matchup shenanigans, but even so, it's a shame Miracle Steel doesn't at least try to kill any buffs at all when the target has no remaining charges for any miracles, not even a dummy charges miracle of some sort. Miracle Steel does at least manage one niche use with a commonly used buff miracle, but results are at best all too unlikely to crop up. Oh well, a remaster would have leeway to fix this stuff. Bandai-Namco, I hope you're taking notes. I just don't undermine the melee lock or the full line cost aspect, and I'm guaranteed to be happy to fight against this picture of interactive counterplay. I'm doing this halftime commentary piece defaulting to the screens of my Miracle Box setup for Skyscraper Club, although I will get to the remaining miracles when I do. I'll have plenty to say about each of them. This halftime commentary piece wasn't originally planned, but that's because it's about the Uvalde shooting. The day it happened, I had recorded about Miracle Steel and was showing around my preview pic involving it in excitement. But then I hear about the Robb Elementary School miss, which I imagine at its unique awfulness results from ever so common Texas shootings, at least usually not targeting 10-year-olds from what I recall. I'm bothered nothing about risk of insensitivity by continuing to mindlessly cover about a shooter game, clear fantasy elements or no, even before learning that the gunman had also simply killed his own grandmother, which was just plain disgusting, period. So for nearly a week, I made no progress with this video. During that week, I also heard about the 20 cowards on patrol equipped with body armor being unwilling to rush in to at least try to flank or otherwise snare the singular gunman. That brand of cowardice would have necessitated the gunman becoming KIP by, I believe, a vigilante. It's just... my interest is not an unfair advantage. It's in well-crafted combat systems. Ones that encourage working with healthy values to overcome defaults. Ones where making one's power is better than being made by that power. Once for players would prove their strengths earned rather than exploited, and their weaknesses mattered rather than cheaped out. The Uvalde shooter is an example of somebody who merely exploited its resources and did not master any weaknesses of his. Contrast to one Amory Jogarza, who, with her efforts to call 911, is a show that we need more good guys protecting these brave souls. And not just that, but more good guys who are smart to, at the very least, maximize the disruption against the baddies' plans. But really, how can you get that to happen? Because I know at this point, playing antagonist doesn't change anybody else's more blatant shortcomings and such in the first place. They're still going to be there to cause problems and everything. All I can do is bring this to attention at least. Please use that handy pause button. At least I'm saying something, but I still have to keep this moving. Energy Charge is a popular buff miracle that is surprisingly fair despite some favoritism of range combat with the way it is designed. Something that a remaster could address, but mostly in the interest of accessibility with countermeasures against flowcharts, particularly considering what it entails, which can include some dangerous implications these days. Energy Charge is the first of 3 attack boost buff miracles, the least expensive attack. Build up energy and increase the power of your attacks. And that means that it boosts the direct damage output of all attacks. Like, not that I'm dealing 47 damage with a neutral shot. I use Energy Charge. 9. The boost starts small but goes up over time, the rate amounting to 80% per second, and the amount eventually capping at 80%. Yeah, like there, I dealt 84.6, that's 37.6 added damage. Now, here's why Energy Charge is popular. This 80% boost is indefinite. They will not go away over time, and plus 80% attack power also mathematically outweighs any sub 100% max range damage multiplier counterbalance that isn't 55% or less, and even those still get boosted. What is the direct counterbalance? Is that if the use there isn't so much as clipped as indicated with the last part of the description. You're taking damage or actually getting hit and nullifies this effect. If the user is so much as clipped, the whole energy charge usage is removed from play. Note that it has to be a direct hit. Indirect damage will not count, and Halo Club's neutral shot wind effect will, despite actually dealing damage, however minor it is, and it is very minor, counts as indirect damage. But if by attack miracles themselves, or the hitting portions of miracles like Super Speed and Angelic Missile, still will remove the energy charge. Damage does not have to be done, so that shows the drawback of an invincible state such as from Angelic Missile, compared to intangibility, as the former will not stop the removal of energy charge, excuse me, but the latter will prevent the hit in the first place. Anyway, the whole concept of being rewarded for not getting it favors evasion, which is naturally easier at longer ranges, so energy charge is the least expensive of the attack boost buff miracles, and it bolsters range advantage more than power advantage. Go figure. Thankfully, energy charge does have a couple of subtle checks and balances to it to keep its rampaging by any significant evasion setups under control. The first is that energy charge's display priority is transcendent as far as miracles go, so it will always be shown first, daybreak parts notwithstanding, and daybreak parts are items. This can actually work to the benefit of other miracles by masking them, particularly useful if the ability to grid read them is going to be touchy, such as with Autoreticle with its variable duration. So it adds its utility, but the energy charge is always going to be marked. You know, just in case any other miracles could also involve a white flames aura. And also, this can make the high display priority buff masking obvious by prominence, in case you are thinking to combine this with slip shot and invisible shots. Trust me, that full combination will eat through your miracle box surprisingly fast. This brings up the other issue with energy charge, although again, it is subtle. miracle box issues. They are spread out, but they are in sufficing amounts for adding up fast. Energy charge has only one charge per level on multiplayer, so its level is significantly easier to determine. Just don't forget to account for region, especially in random, so that you don't get sucker punched by that. The miracle box shapes don't have any easy common mnemonics, definitely not on their own, but energy charges of popularity provides more than enough incentive to study them. And what we have is the female box at level 1, the APC at level 2, the Chunky L at level 3, and the castle at level 4. The common point with it is that each level results in one of the 4 center spaces taking pressure at minimum, although not necessarily using them, an important distinction with level 3 not using any center spaces at all. But the pressure is better than nothing. This especially applies when level 1 suffers the problem that the isolated charge can easily be removed by Mega Laser or even Black Hole, because yes, Black Hole to simply remove the energy charge can very well be worth the expenditure on its own. When it happens against freaking Evasion Plus, you know that to be the case. Oh, and by the way, Black Hole cannot be parried to dodge, I should mention that. But follow-up attacks can, still, sure. But anyway, energy charge potentially being at level 3 or above to outpace Black Hole or lower level Mega Laser simply means an even more confined miracle box. So the other guy, would surely consider fishing for whatever is left, even without the psychology opening by Black Hole, at the point where the attack power boost persistence is either revealing or removed. Remember, burst mobility from things like Jump Glide and Super Speed is still a thing. The end result is that energy charge is still fairly balanced, a bit leaning toward overpowered, but nothing too insane to deal with. It's designed to encourage finesse like what we see with the board breaking and karate. A little underthought about as much in the design's execution, but it gets the job done. It's just to give anybody not exactly fond of certain recent events some ugly PTSD. This is something I need to demonstrate real quick. Oh look, Twin Villas is rolling already. Twin Villas died before the yeah, Libra Sponge. Yeah, Libra Sponge required active combat to demonstrate its power, as the description indicates. Use attacks received to increase the strength of your own attacks. First, though, I need to point out that it is commonly banned, undoubtedly due to mere association with another buff miracle, which in its own right is just a show of the problem lying with the general Icarus Uprising communities in their arrogance. We in the Value 100 competitive Discord do not ban it whatsoever. You can make the argument that Libra Sponge does not accommodate skill, but it still has its defects in the first place. That pointed out, Libra Sponge, as the description indicated, is the second of the attack boost buff miracles. It's completely different from energy charge though, because Libra Sponge requires getting hit to see any use, and why I can't demonstrate it on the practice range, not properly anyway. Moreover, the boost is dependent upon the accumulated base damage received. Note that I say base damage. This actually means that attack boosts for received attacks will not heighten the Libra Sponge boosting, but also that the boost will not be reduced by damage reduction, including Invincibility. The cap is unchanged between levels at plus 160% on multiplayer and plus 200% on single player. The level of improvement lies instead in the rates of increase to the accumulated boost. For multiplayer, per 1 base damage, level 1 provides 1.7%, level 2 gives 2%, level 3 grants 2.4%, and level 4 issues 2.8%. The values are different in single player, but since you can't see your HP there anyway, I thought you'd be interested here. What we have regardless is that Skyscraper Club's neutral shot at close range already nearly caps the boost for Libra Sponge level 1. So grid rating this thing is concerning, considering that Libra Sponge also consistently has 24-second duration at all levels in multiplayer. Not to worry though. Fortunately, and this is why Libra Sponge doesn't get banned in the Value 100 competitive Discord, even without weapon modifiers, running around with their attack inflation involvement, running all over Libra Sponge. Libra Sponge is expensive for having only one charge. 24 seconds is significant, but far from overwhelming. In the meantime, Libra Sponge costs at least 12 pieces, which is the highest cost of any miracle at level 1. The shapes are in order from lowest level to highest. The Chunky L at 12 spaces for level 1. A unique expansion of the Chunky J, adding an extra row on the bottom for level 2. And I call that shape the extra Chunky J at 13 spaces. The castle at 14 spaces for level 3, yes, the same castle that's used for energy charge level 4. And then the 4x4 square at 16 spaces for level 4. It's worth noting that Chunky L avoids innately using the center space, and the extra Chunky J can be slender enough for certain lower cost miracle combinations. Another foible for Libra Sponge is its display priority. It's one of the 3 Zodiac miracles, so it ends up having high display priority. It has the lowest display priority of all 3 Zodiac miracles, but basically every other buff miracle has lower display priority. Well, obviously except for energy charge. Which brings up another thing. You might notice that Libra Sponge does have the white flame. Yeah, you might have noticed that Libra Sponge does have Flame's aura. Yes, this could throw off players often have to mistake Libra Sponge for energy charge, but energy charge's display priority is transcendent. So if the white flame's aura is on somebody whose display buff miracle isn't energy charge, that's Libra Sponge. In fact, Libra Sponge would be easy to tell on the bottom screen because of the Libra zodiac symbol looking like the Omega letter in the Greek alphabet, so it isn't hard to remember how to avoid this mistake. What is the biggest weakness for Libra Sponge is how it even works in and of itself. It does provide knockback immunity if you haven't noticed, and I'll get back on that subject, but there is no damage reduction or status resistance. You're stuck relying on external factors to mitigate free damage, when the other guy can see how much you're spending for an attempt to hit harder. Unless the setup is accommodating, the other guy doesn't even have to stall out Libra Sponge. They can just focus on playing around semi-passive knockback immunity like that notion is new. And believe me, that gives the other guy liberty to use stuff in their own miracle box. Either way, long story short is that Libra Sponge is ultimately risky. Granted, the attack power boost is still high, and against somebody who takes, say, 70% damage, the attack damage output is overall increased by 82% thereabouts. It's just that the damage is still kept, at which point, and there's no direct reason for the Libra Sponge user to take further hits, and there's no reason for them to take multiple skyscraper club shots, for example. Of course, I'm just pointing out these defects to make it clear why Libra Sponge is ultimately fair. There's always the chance of Libra Sponge being sufficiently rewarding to use when used well. And leveled up Libra Sponge can still work for a weapon type that would give Skyscraper Club reason to more actively think anyway. Just don't expect any shortcut usage to defeat any smarter players, even 1 year after the game's release, let alone 10. Darkness is a utility-based attack miracle. As you can guess, it turns both blind. It's together mode only because it simply affects nearby enemies' physical vision, which the AI won't care much about. But anyway, human-controlled opponents will have their screen shifted very dark for 4 seconds. The 4-second duration. There's still enough light left to allow for discerning different objects at all through the vision shift, but the contrast is so sharp that you'd practically need strong night vision or overwhelming intuition to shake this off with enough ease. Of course, darkness is usually used to escape from that situation, so it's actually designed to be a panic button. We know how things go with those at this point. It has 2 to 5 charges based on level for 5 to 8 spaces. I have level 3 equipped right now. So what do you know? It requires level 4 to, which requires 8 spaces. You know, buddy, you're being awfully rude right now. As I was saying, it actually requires level 8 to have 5, level 4, 8 spaces to have 5 charges. Celestial Fireworks, take notes! Miracle box shapes are a tall J, the wide U, an L expanding 3 spaces in from the corner in each direction at a Meteor Shower level 2, and the big U. Oh, and yes, darkness is cost effective as far as panic buttons go, though there's some awkwardness with the U shapes when involving chunky miracles. Also, darkness doesn't get stopped by a landmine or the attack miracles being active. Neither did Celestial Fireworks before anybody asked. The thing about darkness is when it acts actual foibles in the miracle box, as I indicate, so it still allow for the countermeasures to panic buttons. Button miracles. The lack of buffs for active offense would be suspicious, and that a lack of more active pressure on the other guy is going to give them leeway to organize their thoughts and everything. Long story short, darkness suffers if the rest of their setup is susceptible to sieging. But hey, there's still the weapon type to consider. Hey, there's still the weapon type in the other 28 to 31 spaces on the miracle box to work with for that. Because sometimes you just need to involve that preemptive strike. Instead of sitting in the corner, even when the opponent will do whatever they want. Interference is another attack miracle, or utility attack miracle. It plants a beacon that disrupts the enemy's ability to trigger miracles and see your stats. It's exclusive to Together mode, of course. Because, yeah. The stat Invincibility doesn't do too much. Maybe disrupt grid reading, which the AI isn't exactly capable of doing in the first place. But it can't stop them from using miracles while they're in the beacon's range of... while they're in the beacon's range of 50 meters thereabouts. You can use this to stagger anybody who relies too much on attack miracles or reactionary miracle usage. Keep in mind that already active buff miracles will still be active and unaffected in general. So, yeah. Also, for some dumb reason, the intangibility will allow both to ignore the interference effect. Honestly, that latter aspect would deserve to go. And before you bring up combining interference with black hole, gloves have notable mobility issues, so they don't pin anybody easily. Oh, hi there. Where they wouldn't escape the interference field in time. Not even getting into how the club user isn't going to be invincible. So going into the eye of the storm can be worth putting on the table. Just don't expect an easy time, of course. Really, I'm complaining about the intangibility ignoring interferences is focused, rather focused, and can allow for panic buttons chaining into each other. Especially when a conveniently buffered miracle will still go through. I have an outtake showcasing this because of me inadvertently doing this when the level 1 computer got cheeky about using interference. Dark Darkness is a utility attack miracle. As you can guess, it turns full blind, and it's a together mode only because this affects enemies' physical vision. You what? Speaking of panic button involvement, I can cite that interference can be used as a panic button. More than that, it's about the least expensive one in the game, and it's very cost effective. For 2 to 4 charges based on level, interference uses the minimal L shape for level 3 spaces at level 1, the Tetris D for 4 spaces at level 2, and the basic U for 3 spaces at level 3. It can easily be used first to mask the presence of other, more expensive panic buttons. What makes it actually fair as opposed to celestial fireworks? Besides still being less cost effective, interference has a 15-second duration, and it can't be recasted until those 15 seconds have passed. The other guys can take you down and lay your pressure when even warp what was it? It can very well suggest a setup dedicated to staving tag attempts. The duration paradox is the only thing that attempts to check celestial fireworks, and it's so mitigated there that it might as well not be there. Yeah, that aggravates how celestial fireworks cost at level 1 for 5 charges, already more than interference level 3 shares the Tetris D shape of interference level 2. Like, what? And don't try to argue that interference can do more than panic button shenanigans if you're hoping to claim interference is more busted. Now when interference also does not involve a shot blocking attack that has transcended shot cancel. Yeah, please excuse the complaint about celestial fireworks. It's just that interference can be considered as a panic button, despite not even being designed as much. By the way, interference blocks up landmine and I'll have to wait 15 seconds, and vice versa also applies, but it won't block up Meteor Shower. Oh, and yeah, landmine blocks up interference from being used. Yeah. Another weakness that is not involved with celestial fireworks. So yeah, interference, solid concept, making use of the surrounding system. It's just suffocated by execution issues. Virus is the last of the blue utility attack miracles. Virus, weaken and paralyze nearby foes, together mode only, of course. Virus is another anti-armor miracle, one that is significantly more clear as much than Miracle Steel at that. Allow me to showcase what the beacon does. Oh, and if I don't get it with Darkness first, then yeah. Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, the beacon will continually apply paralysis and weaken simultaneously to enemies within the beacon's influence range. And what was it? The influence's range is low. I want to say 10, maybe 12 meters, but the paralysis alone is going to make enemies caught in the beacon's range into punching bags, easily hit by your anti-armor options. Mix in the weaken and to basically double the punch of that, and you'll lose any already lingering doubt of white virus. Even with its low range, it would cost a full line, just so not be free deterrent against focal close range attacks. If you're wondering, virus has 1 to 3 charges depending on its level, with level 1 having naturally a full 2 lines with 2 spaces added onto the clockwise edge for 8 spaces, then level 2 adding another 2 spaces onto the middle, and then level 3 having the 2x6 rectangle that immediately contradicts the flip shot as a whole. Oh yeah, and fires is another blue attack miracle, so yeah, it gets blocked up by both landmine and interference, and vice versa, of course. Just waiting for the landmine to expire just as okay. Yeah. Virus does still have the ugly blind spot of being suffocated by failing to work through intangibility. But considering who can place more beacons more easily in desirable positions, it's at least a fun little miracle. Speaking of fun little miracles, Super Armor is the very miracle that got me into Icarus Uprising. I will show why in a quick field demonstration, which I would need to anyway in case you couldn't guess from the name. Okay, Twin Bellas, we're going to play a little game. It's called Attack Trading. Now, attack me. Yeah, roar. Yeah, do that. Keep doing stuff, Twin Bellas. Good boy. As you can see, Super Armor has quite a useful effect. As the description says, it provides an increase to defensive strength and prevents from getting knocked back when receiving damage. The defensive power part refers to the damage cut of 30%. Nice, but not the selling point. What is, however, is the knockback immunity. Here's my story. Back when a certain other game was already a big thing, I had been none too happy about unconditional flinching. I would scream speedster buy it. Then I was at the Game Developers Conference in San Francisco back in 2012. I think because my mom took me there, bless her soul. And then I got to trying out Icarus Uprising's multiplayer at the demo stands, which involved pre-arranged setups. One of them had involved a skyscraper club with the Miracle Box setup, actually including Mega Laser, and of course, Super Armor. A staff member was willing to give me tips, though I made it clear I already understood, per my experience with Battalion Wars, approach through terrain cover to get into close range unharmed. I already made sure to do attack leading to call out and stagger any attempts to escape my no doubt mighty melee, but if I had to worry about unconditional flinching, this wouldn't have been enough. Enter Super Armor, which I used to stop the idea of just stopping my plan by causing me to suffer flinching. The final match involved, which was on Cave of Spirits, was a point of interest when I had my teammate who became the Angel mention out loud that he was in trouble, and I went off to his aid, fighting him around the hall with a jump pad and managing to send his attacker packing via melee combat, resulting in KOing the attacker. Then the opposing Angel came around and I went all out with my attacks, knowing the match was going to be decided there. Eventually my teammate took down the opposing Angel while on the nearby stairs, so yay for that. I forget about the bulk of the other details with that match, but the point with my reminiscing is that Super Armor makes the dreaded unconditional flinching, or should I say, base unconditional flinching, into a design strength for the game, simply by invoking an effect so good that its mere existence is stress relief. Seriously, when I actually get knocked down, I know I could have invoked Super Armor for that, or that I still can and get it, like so. And so the base unconditional flinching is not unnerving me, because when you know it, the other guy actually has to care about their move cooldown, while at the same time, attack speed, or frame data as it is commonly called, stops being a dominant factor when an attack interruption can be shut out on command, forcing the other guy to care about the counterattack. Particularly benefiting clubs, as those have the worst attack speeds of all 9 weapon families, so having an equalizer against that issue is a godsend. or a Palatine Ascent, as the case may be. Equally helpful is when being hit stops innately costing you your maneuverability. You know, the thing that you use to avoid attacks and keep them from doing some chain against you while your options are so locked out. Heaven knows I appreciate keeping far more options and some shockingly counterintuitive and underwhelming mechanic called directional influence. Really, everything about Super Armor's design boils down to emphasis on player choice. And it's telling when a 10,000 word blog post doesn't even catch every single point I had come up with about this. Most notably about the arena analogy. You know, the one with which you could describe Android 18 and Dragon Ball Super during the fight with Anilaza. And the clinchers when the way Super Armor is handled goes back to what I was talking about with Pinkie Pie, because there's also the point that the big guy still has finite energy, but it's still a lot. If you're wondering, Super Armor has 1 to 4 charges based on level, while using the roof shape for 6 spaces at level 1, the Big U for 8 spaces at level 2, the Chunky J for 10 spaces at level 3, and the Chunky L for 12 spaces at level 4. Now it does have actually improved duration compared to the standard buff power, clocking in at around 20 seconds per charge on multiplayer. You can see how Super Armor is cost ineffective in general. Even so, at level 2 or above, and I use level 2 on my Skyscraper Club Miracle Box setup for reference, Super Armor does cost trade against Slipshot at any level, as well as energy charge at level 3 and below. Just be mindful that their benefits do exist. Nevertheless, but you can still use it to combat buff stacking because their costs do add up. Though in turn, Super Armor should be treated as a staple miracle in general. It goes without saying that players can choose to not carry around Super Armor in the first place too, probably for more creative options that would show why I became against banning a weapon type like Leo Cannon, which I hear has its backshot be undodgeable and able to 0 death. But I'm already seeing that much must require quick charge and homing boost, and that's before considering Leo Cannon's shots have a deceleration factor too. So safe to say that shot range plus would be, again, a requirement for being impossible to dodge anyway. Moving on. Another thing to keep in mind is the foibles of preventing knockback. Because the enemies can't put you into a knockdown state, you'd have to force yourself that with Angelic Missile. You won't benefit from the Mercy defense where you'll receive only 1/3 damage, nor would you get the status protection, which Super Armor doesn't provide. I should also mention something I learned in the midst of obtaining recording material for this whole project, and that is how somebody in the knockdown state is not considered a valid target for doing dash-arounds against, even if you point your reticle downward. Still, while get-ups aren't bad in this game, you just have to be mindful of reads, it's all. I find my agency's maintenance to be a better safeguard than a handout by the game provided to cover the same sound, and frankly a brought the reason that I'm using Super Armor for to begin with. It's that most notable. What was like? Again, this is player choice, particularly emphasized by the Miracle Box space usage. Most notably, level 2, which as I mentioned, I use on my Skyscraper Club setup. It's actually hard to fit in general unless you're using sufficiently thunder miracles to fill in the big use gap without issue. But it has sufficing reward while still being at a point where the cost is not at a risk of being too big a problem. Levels 3 and 4 are borderline semi-passives at least, and even level 1 could probably pull some scare-based trickery against some melee rush setup, what I don't know, granted, though it could manage the best of both worlds if handled with heightened intelligence. Oh, and since Super Armor provides knockback immunity, it also provides vacuum immunity, so protect against black hole. There are obviously other less expensive options for that though, so super armor shouldn't be used to exclusively protect against black hole. But it will eventually run out when out and put the work that would have it earn its keep. So that's a factor to remember. Also, I should point out that the knockback immunity doesn't do anything about received hit stop. Admittedly a minor note, it would not involving the smart bomb item in its inane repeat application of hit stop. But it can apply when facing off in something like laser step or phosphor bow, since hit stop would give the attacker extra time, however minor, in things like evading the counter attack, thereby still getting rewarded all for landing their attack. By the way, all my points about knockback immunity? Well, remember that Libra Sponge provides knockback immunity too, so enough of my points with knockback immunity applies with as well. They aren't worth mentioning with Libra Sponge because super armor is still arguably much better when with using it simply by costing less and or having more charges, and also actually providing a damage reduction. Also, super armor doesn't even have any sort of graphical aura to indicate it active, and it actually has lower display priority than Miracle Steel, if you can believe it. Although the latter doesn't bug me as much, since super armor is often more useful for tactical purposes instead of strategic ones. Just something to bring up to Bandai-Namco. All in all, super armor involves some surprising depth in an intuitive manner. It doesn't fix all of the balance issues that plague the mighty glacier archetype in one fell swoop, but it does provide something provide them something to work with, and it happens to be gameplay at that. Ha! Brief Invincibility has a self-explanatory name, but in case you can get the effect, it completely protects. You use it to completely protect yourself from enemy attack. Yes, it prevents damage and knockback completely, and even prevents any statusing from happening, according to what the in-game file data is telling me. This lasts 3 seconds, although that can be a good bit of time, and because of the self-explanatory effect, this is the second miracle, discounting celestial fireworks of course, that we on the Value 100 in competitive Discord have banned. At least currently, since I'm the one who pushed for the ban, but get into why I'm willing to have it unbanned, even though it's capable of being so disruptive to grid reading for its own sake. But that aside, I need to point out that, curiously, Brief Invincibility is commonly conditionally banned, as in it's commonly only allowed if not paired with Effect Duration Plus, which I'm not even sure how Effect Duration Plus can be applied for a percentage duration increase into a low duration buff miracle. Convince me 4 extra second mode. I'll spread out that it's going to make that big a difference to be what warrants this specific restriction. Whatever the case, I'll cover Brief Invincibility stats first, because those are worth calling up to attention to showcase what makes Brief Invincibility alarming. Brief Invincibility has 2 to 4 charges based on level, the same as Interference, though the real concern would be its ability to be placed onto a soft setup with little problem due to the ability to stack other panic buttons onto the Miracle Box setup. Why, you may ask? Well, here's the thing. Brief Invincibility is inexpensive. Level 1 uses the L shape, expanding 2 spaces outwards in each direction from the corner for 5 spaces. Then level 2 uses the roof shape for 6 spaces, and level 3 uses the missing corners box for 7 spaces. Yeah, you see there's some issues with counterplay. No common mnemonic, significantly more cost effectiveness than Reflex Barrier, or something that outright prevents any sort of re-bolstered blitz against the follow-up actions of Brief Invincibility. And the user is not immobilized, so it can be used to more easily get away, allowing for not only easy kiting, but also easy melee rushing. However, that last part does bring up Brief Invincibility still having its own limits. Ones that have me in reconsideration of banning Brief Invincibility. Brief Invincibility on a mobile melee setup is likely to save it for the melee, but at that point, don't quite a sufficient stall on each charge. And more likely than not, the melee isn't going to be what brief invincibility is depending on, which would reduce need to save resources for setting up tagging. If, on the other hand, brief invincibility is on a range setup, their melee is likely to be something that brief invincibility won't be able to back up well enough by the short duration. Anything in between is going to have the problem of having to choose which to use brief invincibility for, and that's without considering any other weaknesses coming into the woodwork. The easy kiting, which is the bigger concern, is also going to be likely more dependent on buff miracles, which brings up a key point: the 3 buffs rule. Brief invincibility, which, despite never even displaying as in use on the bottom screen, is treated as a buff miracle. Yeah, case in point. And it's likely to be the last one to be activated because of its short duration. If 3 buffs are already active, then brief invincibility will end up removing the oldest one as a result. It particularly occurred to me because of a combination I had been investigating, that being of energy charge and 2 other miracles that I have not yet covered at this point. This is at least something to counterbalance favorable in comparison to landmine, which in its own right is also inexpensive as a potential panic button. Even before considering that brief invincibility doesn't get blocked by interference. This isn't even getting into how brief invincibility doesn't protect energy charge anyway, since, again, it's invincibility, not intangibility like what the casting animation provides. So yeah, brief invincibility. If nothing else, I get something to say about it. Tirelessness has a simple effect. It allows the user to run continuously without tiring. This is handled by preventing stamina reduction. It's ultimately a case of getting what you pay for, although Stapes and Bows may disagree. Claws have the low stamina, but they're mobile enough to make up for as much. Tirelessness has 1 to 3 charges based on level, then use the Tetris line for 4 spaces, then a tall shape for 5 spaces, and then an L shape that expands 3 spaces clockwise and 2 spaces anti-clockwise from the corner for 6 spaces. A bit tricky to grid read, but more likely, if you're interested in doing grid reading, Tirelessness probably isn't going to be any big concern to you, so you probably could focus on the math rather than the mnemonics. Speaking of the mnemonics, I have before tried looking at the miracles that innately seep into multiple quadrants, which Tirelessness does, and so does Darkness, but I can't make heads or tails of any critical weaknesses. The best I've been getting has been staggering female box usage. I don't know. Any ideas will be welcome to understand how this weakness works, though more for combating Darkness than Tirelessness. Tirelessness is mostly for passive kiting, and it doesn't even make the passive kiting strong, because it relies on running and using dash attacks to have any usefulness. Still, to Tirelessness's credit, it has a 24-second duration on multiplayer, and its display priority is higher than Super Armor, making it an inexpensive, yet potentially capable of flowing a bit mask the Super Armor. Though won't mask Power Thief because Power Thief still has higher display priority. That's how low Tirelessness's display priority is. All I can say is, look into how Tirelessness can be used to effect. Lightweight. Increase movement speed and prevent tiring out in exchange for taking more damage when hit. Oh boy, does this manage to get problematic to say the least. Lightweight is actually commonly banned, and we have it banned on the Value 100 competitive Discord as well. Basically, the last one to say the least, aside from one that will be self-explanatory. As with Warp and Brief Invincibility, I am willing to suspect test it for making sure it can be combated reasonably, but I will be planning to keep it banned because even without the reports of internet lag involvement that I suspect to be placebo, lightweight involves some very disproportionate stat boost. Like, let's demonstrate with Bear Claws. Keep in mind that Bear Claws would normally tire after running for 80 meters. Yeah, we've cleared far more than that now. Seriously. Look at that! Closing up to 300 meters of distance before tiring out, as well as the easy burst, mobility burst to make an escape into cover within the tired out running easy. And this is with Bear Claws, which is less mobile than any arm weapon type, including Andal Arm, while still having the claws low in stamina. Already lightweight is better than Tirelessness, never mind that its boosts are even better in multiplayer. Here in single player, the mobility boost is 8 plus 80%, and the stamina usage is simply half. In multiplayer, the mobility is outright doubled, and the stamina usage is cut by 70%! Oh, and let's not forget that walking speed is affected within the mobility boost. So yes, another thing that makes lightweight more powerful, simply by making neutral rapid or neutral shot spam easy. Especially when mixed in with the easy dodges. Not to mention the stamina preservation in and of itself in case running needs to be done. And if you think the defense reductions help, well, the damage increase as a result is by a whopping 20%. That doesn't exactly check somebody who's already so hard to hit. Somebody who also can suddenly outrun Black Hole's vacuum and also be easily outside of vacuum range in the first place. Oh, and lightweight magnifies the knockback and vacuum effect by 150%. Or taken knockback and vacuum effects, I mean. Which even in single player does not outweigh the speed boost, even mathematically. The developers caught on that there was a problem well before shipping out the game, and tried to stop it, but these measures don't do anything in the grand scheme of things. And even if they did, lightweight is paired with invincibility. If lightweight is paired with invincibility, the defense reductions do not matter because there will be nothing for them to magnify. I should also point out that speed changes, either by boost or between weapon types within the family, do not get involved when using dodge moves, so lightweight wouldn't help there. Does this make the lightweight fair? I need to point out that Bayonetta's rolls in Smash Bros have painfully bad travel distance. But does Bayonetta need to use rolls in the first place? She didn't exactly make a lot of Smash 4 players happy because of what she could do to avoid having to do so. Walking is made so much more powerful with lightweight and ends up being a reminder of why walking plus with being only 16 value is so stupid. Oh, and if you're thinking crit eating could help enough, lightweight has 2 charges consistently on multiplayer. Its duration per charge is what is affected by level, being on multiplayer of course, 16 seconds at level 1, and going up by 4 seconds per additional level, a maximum of 28 seconds for each charge at level 4. So at least there isn't too much issue with looking at the timer on the bottom screen and seeing how long a lightweight charge lasts. The problem lies with the cost differences. Lightweight's miracle box shapes are the mailbox at level 1, the 2x4 rectangle at level 2, the 3x3 square at level 3, and the chunky J at level 4. That's 7 to 10 spaces. Super Armor struggles to cost trade against lightweight, and the alternatives to Super Armor are at even more risk of being active risk of being outmaneuvered and being outmaneuvered. At least lightweight has the highest display priority other than energy charge or the Zodiac Miracles. Has of energy charge and Libra Sponge, that helps. Energy charge and Libra Sponge both hide lightweight. and lightweight hides about everything else. Oh, this display priority would be counterbalancing if lightweight wasn't so powerful for its cost in the first place, I swear. Still, at the very least, I will say that fighting against an ogre club that was using it in lightweight had its moments. All the same, the only way I'd see for lightweight being unbanned would be consistency in combating Ninja Palm when it used the combination that I mentioned when I was covering brief Invincibility. Because lightweight is one of those 3 buff miracles involved. The third one is surprisingly more fair, don't worry. Despite some very bad fixes, it's that one as a result of Evasion Plus and its own transcendent brokenness. Lightweight itself, yeah, look into it, Bandai-Namco. Look into it. Trade-off is a very involved buff miracle. When you use it, you use nearly all health to increase all attributes. The duration depends on how much health you have. The increase all attributes is a bit of an exaggeration. It doesn't boost homing or charge up or anything like that. But what it does do is provide extra mobility and at minimum doubles attack power as well as preventing any damage taken or any taken damage or knockback. Although statuses can still get through, and I assume that instant death attack would as a result if it were around in multiplayer. Both the attack power and the mobility increase are dependent on level. The attack multiplier ranging from 2x to 2.818x. And the mobility being plus 40% to plus 50%. All these stat gains come at a cost, besides that trade-off has only one charge, which on multiplayer never regens. And a word to the developers, I would have been fine for 4.4 charges at base regen rate. That would still be slowing enough anyway. Anyway, the reason trade-off is called such is indicated by what you're about to hear. You might have heard the critical HP alert and sound just now, which triggers when your health goes is taken down to 30% or below. Trade-off reduces your current HP to 1% on use, and it's a lowering of 1% actually. Yeah, I was lapping this info. The HP percentage lost this way is used as a magnifier addition for trade-off's duration. Which at base is 0.5 is 5.9 seconds to 8 seconds, based on level. On multiplayer, the magnifier addition is plus 160%, which means at full health the duration can be 15.34 seconds at level 1 to 20.8 seconds at level 4. Not the longest durations ever, but we are talking about a Doctor Glory miracle. One that has even been used in Light vs Dark randoms to obliterate the Angel quickly, unless the Angel can shake off the attack. And don't worry, there are ways to do that. This brings up out trade-off is commonly restricted in friendlies. I want to say by only being allowed it when not using effect duration, because the invincibility is definitely a contributor. But the funny thing? We at the Value 100 competitive Discord do not ban it. Why? Well, you remember how I mentioned Miracle Steel costed a full line, but that wasn't relevant with Slipshot, which generally costed a full row and column? Guess what costs a full row and column unconditionally? Trade-offs and cost level differences is simply adding one space per level anti-clockwise going around the border of the miracle box, almost like a construction crane facing right. But just costing that full row and column means it's never going to pair with anything requiring a full line like Miracle Steel or Virus. Oh, and yes, this immediately contradicts Slipshot on the spot as well. Trade-off is practically telegraphed by being on a mobile melee setup as a result, and although creativity can give it usage on other setups, but Slipshot contradiction is going to be a problem. Super speed contradiction is going to be a problem as well. Things like that. Really, I see any of those, and especially things like Miracle Steel, and I'll be knowing Trade-off won't be pulling mobile Mobile invincibility abuse on my idea of a counter to those. If trade-off is what is around, it still costs 11 spaces at minimum. That's expensive. And again, the user will be stuck with a 5x5 area for anything else, forcing Chunky Miracles to fight for scraps. This makes trade-off so susceptible to counter-stalling. It has to account for stall methods, really. Oh, and by the way, trade-off's display priority is practically equivalent to its Zodiac Miracles that it clashes with on the Miracle box. I'll be covering that next, actually. It's higher than Libra Sponge, as you can see, but it's lower than Energy Charge. And now that I have covered all three attack boosting buff miracles, you might have noticed that the multipliers would allow a decent number of attacks to only need a combination of at least 2 of them to 1 KO on base damage. Like, that came close. 216 off of a 60 base damage attack. But anyway, base damage is what would be involved with value 100 weapons. But as you can see, that is not too big a problem. It could be worth a disclaimer, but all three attack boosting buff miracles have clear drawbacks. Moreover, they have synergy problems. Libra Sponge requires the user to get hit, but trade-off discourages bothering to attack, and energy charge is lost when the user is hit. Energy charge faces ranged combat, which trade-off does a subpar job with, and Libra Sponge does not want. And trade-off doesn't even protect energy charge. And while trade-off does hide Libra Sponge, it's so much space for a very conditional attack boost combination. If all three are around, well, energy charge and Libra Sponge would already have to be at level 1, and the end result is literally nothing else being able to fit. So long story short, I'll take the ease over 0 death off of a fragile speeder Scrappy before the involved game even gets officially released any day of the week. Trade-off itself? Yeah, it's a matter of overcoming drastic weaknesses to make sure the costly deal with the developers is paying off. Hello, Twin Bellows on medium difficulty. I'm going to smash you, but good. Take this! Here! Take that! As we can see, Aries Armor is trade-off's less risky cousin. The description is as follows: reduce damage received and prevent status effects and getting knocked back. You don't spend any HP when using this, but you just get knockback immunity and damage reduction of 60% to 70% based on level. You do get the promised status resistance, but it's resistance, not immunity, as you did see me get burned despite having Aries Armor active. It clocks in at 45% to 60% based on level if you're wondering. Not that the math is too important. Aries Armor does actually reduces damage by less on single player at 50% to 60%. If you're wondering why the game would have me at 2 charges here. Aries Armor otherwise has a similar fundamental stats to trade-off. 1 charge in multiplayer and the same unconditional row and column usage. Though there are differences. First is that each additional level adds 2 spaces clockwise, and I'm getting it right this time, if it's not anti-clockwise with trade-off, around the Miracle Box border, ultimately resulting in a clockwise edge on an arch that at level 4, but kind of odd for a simplistic effect. I'll get to why soon enough. Second is the duration. Clocking in at 16 to 22 seconds based on level and multiplayer. And this is consistent. No HP for duration complexity like with trade-off. And finally, unlike trade-off, Aries Armor does in fact regenerate, at a rate intended to be slow, but this brings me to random material. I had not mentioned about miracle regen rates much at this point, because they are completely reliant on death to happen. And look at that, they are mathematically biased in favor of higher value, such that most miracles do not recover even one charge on a single death with a base weapon, and more often than not won't recover that after multiple deaths. This topic, however, is particularly relevant with Aries Armor, which has a base regen of 1.1 charges across all 4 of its levels. Wanna know what the mathematical bias of higher value is designed to try to stop? Min-maxing with value 299 weapons. By having value 300 and above be using the base regen value. That kind of backfires unless you avoid decimal regen, which only, surprise surprise, Celestial Fireworks does, and that gets so many charges back anyway. What we have here is how Aries Armor will unconditionally get back its singular charge on every death with a value 274 or above weapon, which is what enables how somebody abusing Aries Armor can use it as a freaking suicide bomber attack who's rewarded for being killed. And because of the decimal agent, there's no attempt at discouraging value 299 over value 300 that is working at all. Considering that this leads to Aries Armor getting commonly hit with another miracle ban, see why this and the value 100 in competitive Discord exists? The kamikaze bomber issue particularly aggravates its combination usage with Libra Sponge, which, remember, does not have its attack boost accumulation weakened by Aries Armor's defense boost. Yeah, you didn't think I missed that at all, did you? If you don't get it, you can stall out the entire 23 spaces used on the blatant focus on the raw power jump. Oh wait, I know what you'll do in response, Icarus Uprising communities. You'll whine to one of your friends for help with deconstructing me using a 4-space miracle to manage a stall strategy against a more expensive version of trade-off. Aside from avoiding the HP expenditure like that's going to bother me. Knowing that said friend will milk his own min-maxed equipment that includes evasion plus, and then he'll settle me with a garbage rush-down teammate who expresses grating shock over being one-shotted, only to say I suck for saying anything about the teammate's blatant aggression, and then I need to rush more because clearly that would go well against a min-maxer backed by a setup that innately shows why the division defense provided by Aries Armor deserves the full run column. Sorry, Joshua Masons, but I'm not buying your hot garbage attempts to try to justify how you and your friends want to be arrogant. You made the choice to spend 2/3 of your miracle box to sucker punch unsuspecting players with brute force on a mobility setup and be obnoxious in general. You furthermore responded to being called out in gameplay on as much with hostile spite. You want to cheat to get your way because you want to stereotype me as a double-digit IQ skyscraper clubbing? I'm deconstructing you right here for all to see. So moving on, Aries Armor has the highest display priority of all 3 Zodiac miracles, something that results in needing to be cautious in case Libra Sponge is on it, because Libra Sponge is also easily masked by it, as you can see. Though stall-based defense would be advised against Aries Armor anyway. Aries Armor also has lower display priority than energy charge, and probably trade-off as well, actually. Not that trade-off even fits with Aries Armor. And Aries Armor would just provide status resistance that isn't even foolproof if it could. And yeah, if Aries Armor is a borderline one-shot, so you wouldn't be expecting cost-effectiveness with it. Hence I use Super Armor on my setup, because Aries Armor doesn't even allow for spreading out the defensive coverage better, but Super Armor does, which would allow for better frequency with entering hot zones with the debilitating effect. The knockback immunity would still be there on Super Armor, and it is drastic, after all. there's something I want to cover with the Libra Sponge Aries Armor combination that is involved with the game design, but I'll save it for the secondary miracle in the equivalent combination involving Trina. Let's just say that Libra Sponge has flexibility as an advantage in that regard, although it's probably relative. Probably. Seriously, lightweight, why are you so powerful for your cost? Aries Armor can still manage some flexibility, but there's surprisingly plenty to keep it from achieving mindless effect against its competition. That is if weapon modifiers don't make it into something stupid first! Here boy, another miracle that I can't demonstrate on the practice field. Yeah, good boy. Here, hit me again. Good boy! I had to demonstrate Bumblebee on the field because Bumblebee has the user dodge all attacks by vanishing and circling around the enemy in an instant. Bumblebee is another miracle that suffers common bad stigma. It is legitimately made busted by Evasion Plus and Walking Speed Plus, but that says more about those two modifiers, which believe me are more broken than anything else in the game, than it does about Bumblebee. Otherwise, there's more than enough reason for the Value 100 competitive Discord to allow it. Let's go over how Bumblebee works. Each charge provides 2 auto dodges that will be used if conditions are met within its default duration. That default duration? 90 seconds! That's a little much. No other buff miracle comes close, even with effect duration plus. But not the worst thing in the world, as I will make clear. I do, however, need to go over how the individual auto dodges work. The auto dodge is basically a dash around, going clockwise around the attack's owner. The dash around provides intangibility that causes the attack to get discounted in terms of issuing its effects. The attack's effects, I mean. The auto dodge is triggered when you get it while in a state where you can parry dodge, and this means walking or standing. Or neutral rampage, I believe, but not running or dash attacking. And it also assumes that a dodge box is available in this regard, so Black Hole's direct hits will actually set it off. And I believe the distance does clear Black Hole level 1's vacuum range, so that can be a little bothersome, especially with an important point when that the auto dodge will already sponge collision detection, thereby protecting any available energy charge. Keep in mind that Miracle Steel effect will still work through the auto dodge. Not that that has helped against how impressive Evasion Plus is. There are 2 critical weaknesses to Bumblebee, and they have managed to get to the point where they can be capitalized upon to a bit of effect against setups with Evasion Plus itself. The first is that, as you may have noticed, the auto dodge has forced clockwise movement. The user will not want to have topography-based obstacles to their left in case they get hit by some such. I've actually used this before to snipe off the protected energy charge with Black Hole, thanks to the resulting loop of the user having their teleportation place them still within the Black Hole vacuum, and to have them hit by the Black Hole hit again, repeated twice, resulting in the 3rd hit that knocks off the energy charge. That's not even getting into the potential of sending the attack where the user will be shifted to by the auto dodge, because I'm pretty sure the user is vulnerable before their auto dodge movement's cooldown finishes, and Bumblebee won't be useful at all then. So what do you know? A 6-phase 2-charge miracle disrupting minimum 15 phases. Although accommodating panic buttons don't make that easy, but I would guess that other weapon types would use something like rapid. You know, the things that gloves are kind of missing to capitalize upon the clockwise movement, when the spin shot technique exists to begin with. So, what was it? And Bumblebee gets stuck with this for 90 seconds unless the user works with the free bust rule to remove it. like so. Yeah. But yeah, that would require stacking enough buffs. Actually, another reason to consider carrying around Poison Attack, come to think of it. Granted that, again, that it wouldn't be easy to implement a good effect in practice, but still. At any rate, the Miracle Box business brings up the Miracle Box stats, which involves Bumblebee's second weakness. Bumblebee has 1 to 3 charges based on level in a multiplayer. At all 3 levels, it uses at least, and what else, a full line. So it immediately contradicts level Slipshot. Level 1 has an extra space edge on the clockwise side, totaling 7 spaces. Level 2 adds 2 more of those spaces on the clockwise side, for 9 spaces. And then level 3 uses the 2x6 rectangle for 12 spaces. You can already see where I'm going with this. If anything proves in Slipshot's general full run column cost is that particular potential bite of oppression to the mighty Glacier Melee Tornado hybrid, it's Bumblebee. Bumblebee has to worry about terrain cover being a constant factor. A factor kept consistent against its range offense. It is true that Slipshot level 1 can still be around with Bumblebee if Bumblebee isn't level 3, but level Super Armor cost traits against both Slipshot and Bumblebee at any level, even individually, so any fake outs from either direction is going to need some help in selling the idea of as much with both of them. This also mitigates Bumblebee's guaranteed usage that will be milking the insane duration as something providing useful intel off the bat. It is worth pointing out that Bumblebee has fairly high display priority, just below invisible shot, although of course the energy charge hides it. I mentioned this when the timing of Bumblebee's usage is so liberal for its basic effectiveness that it's bound to expose the player's style by the involved freedom. It especially helps when it's the third buff miracle in the combination I brought up with energy charge and lightweight. Yes, the Bumblebee energy charge lightweight in combination was what I was investigating. Energy charge for the attack boost Bumblebee to protect the energy charge, and then lightweight to maneuver in general, especially around terrain cover. I have been hoping to find good weak spots in that combination, including when it's on Ninja Palm with its superlative walking speed. But if nothing reliable crops up, at least I'm bringing up the combination on this video to get it called out. At least Brief Invincibility brings up that Bumblebee can't protect the energy charge from the free buffs rule. So yeah, Bumblebee does create reading games, but it does have to worry about evasion busting innovation. Although it's corrupted on randoms into a marker of evasion plus abuse all the same. Can you defeat Twin Bellows without pressing the fire button? Let's find out! Okay, Twin Bellows. The answer is yes. Counter required another field demonstration because of its effects. Avoid getting knocked back and automatically counterattack when hit by enemy attacks. Yeah, this solid thing. At the very least, it's much better designed than doing a move that blatantly obliterates the other guy, hitting you with their strongest attack without you taking any damage, precisely because they use their stronger attack, regardless of any setup by the other guy, just because you pressed down on a single letter button, regardless of context. Here, Counter is a buff miracle, and like Super Armor before it, it provides knockback immunity, and the damage reduction is nice too, although it's only 5%. Big deal, I know. And Counter costs only 4 to 6 spaces, using a Tetris T-shape at level 1 and an L-shapes for level 2 and 3. 2 to 4 charges each lasting 20 seconds. All very good points. Don't worry, the foibles come with Counter's more involved aspects. What counter does is that when the user receives a hit, if they aren't doing a neutral, rapid, or swing at the time, they will auto-buffer a neutral shot, also auto-aiming at the responsible attack's owner. Recent mapping of mine also suggests that counter will not trigger on range attacks that are prevented by invincibility from dealing damage. I am not quite sure, but that's what I'm seeing anyway. At any rate, the auto-buffered neutral shot will bypass any charge-up requirement, which is particularly handy on clubs in general with how long they have to take on charge-up, which is often justified with how mighty in turn those shots tend to be. Since any club user work or weight is going to be smarter than DLN-007, this can be devastating. This is what I would really think well before getting to sticking in Black Hole, that I can punish opponents for thinking that just hitting me would be enough, that I could call out a lack of finesse resulting from flooding the battlefield with bullet pokes, think that I'd want to dodge every single one of them. There's a reason why I have counter at max level on my Miracle Box for Skyscraper Club. And I have run into somebody else, a Japanese player, using counter on Babel Club on multiplayer, so I can decide how the more passive answer to counter to catch its blind spots is to maximize efficiency on a per attack basis with things like burst damage. Remember, counter, much like the parry dodge mechanic, which counter is practically a resource involving version of, it relies on the opponent's own behavior to work at all. A better point of involvement than evasion plus just shutting down anything that isn't long-range burst damage. Counter has a big and very critical problem to worry about, even on a synergetic weapon type like Skyscraper Club. The forced automation on the aiming and the neutral shot buffer. The automation lasts until the neutral shot is launched, and while it can be delayed by doing things such as dashing, as soon as the auto buffer happens at all, it's inevitable. Meanwhile, the opponent can just clip the counter user deliberately to just mess up the counter's user's movement. This can be risky normally, but if the counter user has reason to want to avoid either aiming at their opponent directly or simply attack with a neutral shot, the opponent would surely make use of it. Reflex barrier can cause some unwanted problems this way, with a resulting loop of firing repeatedly the reflex barrier to get hit by the rebound, resulting in taking damage and another auto-buffer neutral shot. Although the loop can be escaped with quick action, and reflex barrier itself is a precious safeguard against black holes, so its mishandling can still get the reflex barrier user dragged out of its protection. Not to mention that the auto buffer delay can still help in avoiding any unnecessary usage of the neutral shot. The auto aiming is the real issue. With Skyscraper Club, it's already desirable to want to lead shots, but the automation will make it harder to make that harder with the loss of aiming freedom. Not only that, but the added issue is that if escape could become needed and all that is available is something like super speed, all the other guy needs to do is clip the counter user, and suddenly the counter user is running toward the very opponent that they're trying to escape. If you're wondering how a standard club wanting so desperately to escape close range becomes realistic, the answer is in active involvement of division defense, courtesy of trade-off in Aries Armor, to overwhelm any chance of using adaptability to fight back against shocking factors. That would be akin to melee clashing. If you're using counter carelessly, the other guy could use either of those, or something that's not coming to mind, but I doubt it's as blatant as those two. And yeah, being stuck in a melee clash with suddenly inferior power stats stings. See why I emphasized trade-off in Aries Armor both requiring a full run column? You won't be seeing Miracle Steel, Virus, Super Speed, Slipshot, or Bumblebee on either of them. Oh look, all of those miracles have some way to give you problems just for focusing on close range burst damage. Either you could Slipshot or Super Speed, preventing distance closure in the first place, Or you have Trade Up, Aries Armor, and Bumblebee, marginalizing the effect of getting close. Or you get Miracle Steel, Trade Up again, or Aries Armor indirectly via Libra Sponge, and Virus, having ways to suck you but kid if you aren't wary enough of them. However, if the line miracle of the day is not Trade Up or Aries Armor, counter is safe from being hit by either of them. The big reason why Miracle Steel, which already added melee lock, gets checked so well. The underlying point is that counter has to worry about an extreme tempo involvement and or direct backfire, so either is coherent as a result of counter's own low cost, and this is sticking with the point that counter and super armor both involve key points of martial arts to close range abuses. This is particularly worth emphasizing because outside one-on-ones, counter does have to worry about this novel concept called flanking, being so disruptive to it, and nothing a good few tactics can't overcome. Of course, further justifying the low cost, counter is also reliant on the neutral shot to achieve its effect, which limits its synergy in the first place. Clubs generally have natural slipshot property on the neutral shot, as well as high charge of the bypass. Most other weapon families don't involve either point, and the disparity there has led to people thinking counter sucks. I can at least say that if a weapon has a good neutral shot at the cost of high charge up, and enough of a way to passively disrupt range combat, while having melee combat where terrain cover won't get in the way as much, be it blind spot, that is something for counter to work with. I bring this up with Nintendo having recommended counter with Guardian Orbitars, which has its shot to be close range and involves shot cancel, so there may be other weapon types that could use counter. I'm thinking Blade could be a possibility, I don't know. There is another point with counter for anything other than usage by a standard club. The vacuum immunity. Counter is inexpensive for what functions as an interdictor against Black Hole, which already and it already gets 2 charges at its minimum force bases as well. Not to mention that it's a buff to allow for early activation to get around potential interference involvement. Of course, in a matchup against a standard club, counter is going to have limited usability outside of Black Hole interdiction. The most I can think of would be to get through Babel Club's shots in their multi-hitting reliance. Otherwise, taking burst damage to be able to send out a neutral shot doesn't make a lot of sense, and counter will not guard against tagging by the burst mobility options. You just get the 5% damage cut. Yeah, big deal against Skyscraper Club. Still, counter is inexpensive to the point where anybody can say counter exists in regards to Black Hole usage. And a neutral shot is bound to plow through rapids as well. Counter just requires some creativity for dependability, but once that gets going, I say enjoy your reward. By the way, counter has its display priority just below Bumblebee, in case you're curious. When all is said and done, counter is a risk-reward version of super armor. In other words, it not only has the miracle system's point of turning base unconditional flinching into a design strength by involving the option of knockback immunity lasting for a while at command, but it also has a variation of as much that rewards risk assessment. If I were doing a miracles design tier list, counter would easily be at minimum upper S rank tier, and possibly M rank tier for master rank, depending on what it competes with. Given counter still has some hiccups that prevent an easy ride to M rank. Counter is just that interesting. Definitely in this game, where it actually gets combated by focal attacks and requires methodical and steadfast use for efficiency, rather than having no useful weaknesses to disrupt outright punishing stronger attacks that have already cleared drawbacks simply for being stronger to make up for already cleared drawbacks. Transparency. Turn transparent, making you invisible to enemies. This is another self-explanatory name with a self-explanatory effect. Yeah, this lasts 7 seconds on multiplayer, which is not the most incredible amount of time, and that was a little short. think that was 5 seconds on here on single player, but yeah, it would be 7 seconds, which is, again, still not the most incredible amount of time, but it's something. Keep in mind that the opponent's physical bish then just feeds the information for them to use, as opposed to as what happens with any of the 5 senses. Even if they don't manage to see the minor dust clouds generated when running, they can counteract the transparency with tricky maneuvers built off of educated guesses. Although that is going into more involved tactics, transparency also does show up as an active buff miracle, although it actually has the second lowest display priority of any miracle, for good reason. Yeah, I didn't equip any. I didn't equip super armor or anything. Yeah, the low display priority is to make sure that it's because transparency innately involves stealth, so a secondary buff miracle, as long as it doesn't generate an aura, which did not get hidden, can mask it. Yeah, the aura... yeah. Rule. Yeah, the aura will remove the invisibility, defeating the point of transparency in the first place. Transparency stats inspired me to come up with a miracle idea. Call it Paint Attack, and basically more or less base it off of the way the shooting by the Inklings from Splatoon works. Yes, I know, Splatoon gives me reason to have me view it to be juvenile. What can you do? Getting the transparency, it has 1 to 4 charges based on level in multiplayer, and it has an order of levels 1 to 4. The missing corners box at 7 spaces, the 3x3 square at 9 spaces, the castle tower at 11 spaces, and the skyscraper tower at 13 spaces. Needless to say that transparency costs so much for catching opponents relying on their physical vision. Although I will say that the tag miracles will have to worry about guesswork, but otherwise transparency needs actively methodical usage. And keeping in mind that I like to think myself eagle-eyed, but obviously I'm taking off invisibility anyway. I do understand though that needless buffs to transparency would make it obnoxious, hence my Paint Attack idea, suggestion to counterbalance them, because I'm using a club and I don't have to worry about transparency, dang it. So, transparency. It's okay, I guess. I don't know. So, here's Playing Dead. If you're wondering what that was about, you use it to fool enemies into thinking you're finished, then turn invisible, making attacks pass through you. Yeah, Playing Dead had some funny involvement. I imagine because Project Zora did catch on at some point that the big death thing would be given away easily to human opponents by the lack of a tombstone, as well as the lack of a defeated message that would signify the KO being scored if nobody else would have been responsible for the KO. They had to have it actually in play out in gameplay, and so that it wouldn't simply be more expensive transparency. Playing Dead, for its duration, grants the user intangibility. This is what gets it commonly banned thanks to its solve potential. If you need to know Playing Dead's duration, on multiplayer the default duration is 10 seconds at level 1 and adds an additional 3 seconds per level, resulting in 16 seconds at level 3. Oh, and the duration is 3 seconds shorter in single player across all 3 levels. There's 2 charges on multiplayer, so that's 32 seconds in total. At level 3. The common banning is actually unconditional too. Effect Duration Plus does not get involved in as much because the common banning must really hate lengthy invincibility. But, you know, I'd rather deal with lengthy invincibility that I can counterplay than an absurd quantity of panic button charges without acceptable counterbalance like with celestial fireworks involves. Don't worry, I'm getting to why we at the Value 100 competitive Discord, once again, do not ban it. If you're wondering what is going on with Playing Dead, you might have recognized that I said default duration. Playing Dead, as soon as the user walks or runs even a centimeter, and this includes with the melee combo homing or using super speed or Angelic Missile for that matter, will expire 2 seconds after that, afterwards if that much time is remaining. Any leftover duration will be basically ignored. Keeping in mind if you're trying to outmaneuver and playing dead that the user attacking using miracles in general or maneuvering in a jump miracle, yeah, none of those will count against the playing dead user in that regard, which is definitely something to keep in mind. Don't worry though, playing dead has chunky shapes with fairly high miracle costs on the miracle box. Level 1 uses the chunky shape for 10 spaces, then level 2 has the castle tower for 11 spaces, and level 3 involves the chunky L for 12 spaces. This doesn't seem like that much, but I can point out that playing dead struggles to fit in the combination of slipshot for ignoring terrain and energy charge and for diminishing damage with the neutral rapids or neutral shot set. You might notice I do in fact have these fit in, but I have witnessed the cheese that Compact Arm had pulled before with this, and I can tell you that it relies too much on Short Range Plus, and to blame anything but Short Range Plus. The weapon modifier responsible for various abuses already. Beyond that, Energy Charge is already forced to be level 1, Playing Dead can't be level 2, and Slipshot's level wouldn't even matter because the addition of Energy Charge and Playing Dead will block off any full-line miracles anyway, so Bumblebee won't even be protecting the already singular Energy Charge use. And remember that the Playing Dead user has to choose between maintaining the duration and using any more potentially disruptive dash attacks. Yeah, case in point. Case in point again. But where was I? Ah, yeah. Jump Glide will be available for maneuverability as we see. But Playing Dead would have to be level 1 for that as well on this combination. So once again, the common setup has its shortcomings thanks to the Miracle Box shape involvement. Still, the Miracle system does allow for customization to let Playing Dead work with other options. And the loss of duration by moving may bring to mind that stratagem number 32, on the 36th stratagem, Clone Chingchi, or the Empty Fort strategy. When the enemy has stronger forces and one expects that to be overrun, act calmly and taunt the enemy so that the enemy thinks they are walking into an ambush. Like that can then be used for its duration deliberately forfeit early. Say 7 seconds, maybe 8, whatever the user wishes, as long as it's short enough to avoid giving away Playing Dead level. I'm going to move 3 seconds after to demonstrate. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you notice that it would have worn off after 5 seconds, not 7. And that's what applied if I was using Playing Dead level 3. Anyway. But yeah, the point is, you can use it whatever is short enough to avoid giving away Playing Dead's level to somebody relying on memorizing exact values, basically to catch them overthinking. I do hear things about how poker involves this sort of stuff. Although I do need to point out the finishing part of stratagem number 32 as well. This stratagem is only successful if, in most cases, one has a powerful hidden force, and a stratagem is seldom used. Remember that Playing Dead is expensive, and the level 2 shape also unconditionally uses 2 centered spaces at least. So giving away its lack of a presence could be risky. Oh, and by the way, that same intangibility, besides that it stops attack miracle usage, even if it's with a signal to stop bothering to make use of its nuts, it can be used to stall out one-shot buff miracles, like Aries Armor and Trade-Off. Yeah, people who banned Playing Dead because of stalling potential, you do realize that intel management is something I can do in dead time, right? And if the Flame Dead usage can do the stalling for a full half minute before effect duration plus, I can tell you how they can't get to demonstrate why I named the mailbox and FEMA box as such. Yeah, excuse me, I'm just having to go with those names for the miracle box shapes because I need better ideas. Story of my life, if you can believe it. That circus on my part aside, Flame Dead is designed to promote the creativity, and it's able to do that fine, actually. It's just that it has an overused combination in both. But even that has answers, even if I do see why people are bugged by given aspects of it. Heart Booster is a reward of Miracle. Increase the number of hearts received when you defeat enemies. It's solo mode only. Because, yeah, you use it to get extra hearts. Let me demonstrate. Yeah, and yeah, I'm using instant death attack to kill the training monolith quickly. But anyway, yeah. Heart Booster is a standard, it's basically a rewards miracle. It uses 5 to 8 spaces using L shapes on the miracle box. I doubt you care to hear more specifics. Beyond now, it has 2 to 5 charges based on level. You can always lap this stuff on the practice range anyway. Yeah, not much to say about this thing. Health recovery has the user recover a little health. Little is right, and although you can conveniently, you can only use health recovery when you're missing HP at all, but still. If you're wondering about the math, the healing is handled every 1/30th of a second, with a different amount between single player and multiplayer. The exact amount per interval is 0.122 HP on single player and 0.166 HP on multiplayer. I used it to find out that Pit in single player, as well as the player in both modes and practice ranges, have about 100 HP. If, as I expect, decimal is involved, my math still should not be too far off from the exact values. On both modes, the maximum duration is 3 seconds at level 1 to 8 seconds at level 4, assuming health recovery doesn't get interrupted. Since health recovery, like energy charge, does get removed by the user being hit at all. The healing amount isn't so bad on single player, although you may be unimpressed by Pit recovering a total of 88 HPs on all 3 charges with level 4 health recovery. On multiplayer, fighters with 220 HP recovering 120 in total from all 3 charges of health recovery? Thank you for saying good one. I'll be here all night. I will grant that healing would be capable of being obnoxious if left unchecked, but health recovery is not only slow, it's interruptible as well. At least health recovery doesn't display on the bottom screen, aside from the talk bubble for when it gets used, and the sparkles are a little hard to see, keeping in mind the level difference is from the duration per charge, which has the added bonus of that getting hit to lose recovery usage early on purpose would be able to hide the health recovery's level, although that being useful would require taking a poke and being justified. More often than not, the other guy is just wanting to stop the healing when possible. Although the level cost differences are significant. If you're wondering about the health recovery shapes, it has, from levels 1 to 4, the Tetris square at 4 spaces, the roof at 6 spaces, the massage chair for 9 spaces, and the house for 10 spaces. And yes, 9 spaces for level 3, not 8. Considering that a new file starts with health recovery at level 3 and luck, that's kind of an odd decision there, Object Sora. So here's a quick demonstration of how Crisis Recovery works, but first I had to...
So wipe out as many monsters as you can.
First I had to get hit 14 times by these monoites. This is on 3.0, of course. That's 4. I don't want to advance too far. That's 6. If that would spawn a Garen, that would be annoying. 10 hits so far. 12. Yeah, where'd my energy charge go? But yeah, that's Crisis and Recovery in a nutshell. Crisis mode recovery has to use to recover from instantly from crisis mode. Solo mode only. There's not much to be said about this. You just recover from crisis mode, as I displayed. Using this doesn't directly hurt you at all in general, but it's a case of getting what you pay for. Crisis recovery is 3 to 5 spaces because it doesn't restore crisis mode lives. You still have 3 in total and don't get any more by using it. If you've been sent into crisis mode, you still will have lost a given crisis mode life. Crisis recovery usage also simply means no longer having to wait for the benefit of the crisis mode to end. But as they say, patience is a virtue. And besides which, if a given attack is strong enough compared to your current HP, it will immediately finish you anyway, even if you have all 3 crisis mode lives. Oh, and cute touch, crisis recovery also counts as a buff miracle, even though it actually doesn't work like one. And so it also inconveniently wipes the oldest buff if you have 3 active at the point you use it. At least it's inexpensive and using straight line shapes. Alright, single player miracle usage gets stretched thin as it is, so miracle box space tends to be still precious. Let's get to demonstrating about effect recovery real quick. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's a property that most people don't know about with effect recovery. It acts as a buff power, yeah. And also remove status. Still. Let's take care of Twin Bellows first. Bye, Twin Bellows. Again. Effect recovery dispels the effects of poison and paralysis. And yeah, this removes any ailments afflicted upon the user, although darkness won't count for this. Less commonly known is something reported by ShinParu and also corroborated by the internal data that effect recovery provides status immunity lasting a full 5 seconds. So at least it's managing effects of a buff miracle to explain why it involves the 3 active buffs rule, even though it can't be invoked without being hit with a standard status ailment first. I do need to point to my issues with the dynamics involved with effect recovery. Besides that the ailments could have stood to be a bit better balanced against each other, effect recovery doesn't even come into play if no ailment infliction possibility is involved in the first place. And ailments can manage to be involved in only so much of a percentage of the possible loadouts. Effect recovery with its 3 to 5 charges is at least inexpensive with the minimal L, the Tetris Z, and the basic U, but that just makes it easy to fit into loadouts to make any potentially threatening elements easy to wall out with the press of a button. Well, a clockwise swipe, then press miracles left, and then press miracles use. Either way, the only way to punch through will be in status stacking. So effect recovery kind of kills itself while still being demanded to be kept around on a setup, the 3 active buffs rule only doing so much to check this. Counter at least not only flows as more than black hole interdiction by being usable against rapid, but also is far from the only option against black hole. And black hole itself still has the casting animation intangibility, so it's not like fully useless against even panic button stacking. Now, I will make these points that provide some degree of involvement. Effect recovery still has only so many charges, so this stacking would be worth consideration to watch out for to avoid deliberately late frozen today usage. Effect recovery is still subject to interference's influence, so being frozen today in interference's range is still going to be the worst. And effect recovery will not stop virus from reapplying the paralysis and the weakened. You'd still have to get out of the virus's influence range before those go away and stop showcasing why virus costs a full line. Even so, effect recovery neuters the usefulness of ailments in general by quite a bit, and then isn't much useful for much else. I think when all is said and done, effect recovery is involving antiquated design, and I'm wishing I had a good answer for how it could be addressed, even though effect recovery's design issues are practically unique to it. It's easy getting on a trade-off setup, for example. I'll make that much clear. Pisces Heal needs a field demonstration for its use. Basically what it does is you heal by taking attacks that would normally finish you. Yeah, it's basically auto-revival. I need to demonstrate it because... Oh, and I use straight up to get to this point. Over here, Nadler, please.
Thanks.
Thank you, kind sir.
Click the stylus left or right to change directions quickly.
Huh. Like spinning a globe.
Take this.
As we can see, Pisces Heal restores HP after taking an otherwise fatal blow, getting removed on the spot once that happens like any good auto-revival buff. I am not sure if it prevents the crisis mode life loss. It shouldn't, but you never know. And also, there's been a rumor that you can get fully healed by touching an Orn with Pisces Heal. Actually, only Pisces Heal's level affects the healing amount, which is 50 to 80 HPs in single player and 100 to 160 HPs in multiplayer. I don't care to do any experiments with touching the Orn with Pisces Heal active, so the rumor is best taken with a grain of salt, especially since ShinParu does say that this doesn't work anyway. That covered, auto-revival is a powerful effect. I can cite how when I was doing my 25th anniversary balance patch for Secrets of Evermore, besides removing it from pixie dust, thereby limiting the provision of the effect to a hard-to-obtain copy spell named Regenerate, I also reduced the available duration of the auto-revival buff from 2 minutes all the way down to 30 seconds to make it more skill-based. Everything is relative, though considering how call beads are a rare item, it's a fair asking price. Here in Icarus Uprising, however, Pisces Heal is an equipable miracle and would have to be significantly more checked on a per session basis. Its allotted duration is 18 seconds across all 4 levels, and while it has 2 charges in multiplayer, it never regens there. But what is around is silliness for the auto-revival healing too. You guessed it, get extended commonly, even without the obvious pairing up with trade-off, again brought up by Nintendo's Tips and Tricks video. This is without the suggestion by the internal data that Pisces Heal also gets rid of any of the standard debuffs when it goes off. Once again, we at the Value 100 competitive Discord do not ban it, granted that it is still worth an active disclaimer. This is because Pisces Heal, as the last of the Zodiac miracles, is equal in cost to the Libra Sponge, already basically the most costly miracle in the game. Moreover, Pisces Heal has miracle box shape limitations. If you're wondering, it has a 3x4 rectangle for its level 1 miracle box shape, costing 12 spaces. Its level 2 miracle box shape is uniquely used as an extension of the chunky L, where the flank center space is actually used, resulting in a sort of staircase for 13 spaces. And the level 3 and 4 shapes are the same as those of Libra Sponge, the castle for 14 spaces, and the 4x4 square for 16 spaces. The differences from Libra Sponge at levels 1 and 2 provide the point that trade-off with Pisces Heal is significantly less flexible in adding in other miracles than Aries Armor with Libra Sponge is. For starters, if you haven't noticed, Pisces Heal unconditionally uses a center space, where Libra Sponge can avoid that at level 1 even if making use of it is not going to be fully ideal. More importantly, Pisces Heal makes less effort to be slender, the result of which barely allows a mailbox or missing corners box shape to fit with trade-off in Pisces Heal. Only if Pisces Heal is level 2 in the first place, and that combination will barely allow Sky Jump to be added, but certainly won't even allow effect recovery or interference. Where Aries Armor and Libra Sponge with a mailbox would at least allow jump glide. You could say that Reflex Barrier level 3 could fit with trade-off in level 1 Pisces Heal. Big deal, this applies to Aries Armor and level 2 Libra Sponge as well. Long story short, the trade-off Pisces Heal combination has problems well before considering how it can't fit in Libra Sponge. Seriously, vanilla TV tropes, fix your information instead of conforming to elitism. Oh yeah, and Pisces Heal, since it's a Zodiac miracle, has high display priority. It's actually higher than Libra Sponge, as you can see. Only Energy Charge, Aries Armor, and trade-off with higher display priority. Oh, and this combination, you can barely fit an Energy Charge, Libra Sponge, and Pisces Heal together at specific levels, and you won't be able to fit in anything else. But digressing aside, Pisces Heal will stick out like a sore thumb, and Energy Charge removal is still going to be worth shifting to low-key attacks because Pisces Heal doesn't even provide vacuum immunity. Its protection against Black Hole is simply effectively added durability, counteracting burst damage. But the Black Hole usage still is handy enough, and the inability to get mixed in with the combination of Slipshot and Energy Charge is definitely helpful when Pisces Heal is involved on range setups. On melee setups, the effectively extra HKP is mitigated by the need to kick close. Still useful in that regard or not. One important thing about the involvement of based on the conditional flinching is when it causes the usefulness of defensive power to be softly tied to the ability to stop the attack interruption. Pisces Heal doesn't do anything about that, so it gets answered by momentum reliability. On the bright side, Pisces Heal does mess with Skyscraper Club's forward shot by the convenient healing amounts between levels. Levels 3 and 4 will provide enough HP to survive the forward shot. It also bothers counter usage simply by reducing the punishment for landing ahead, although resource usage as a whole is still going to make over relying on this thing. Still, high base damage in and of itself is bound to scare out its usage, and Skyscraper Club's neutral shot also doesn't directly care about Pisces Heal's level in general. It still knocks off the full health in 2 hits regardless. Pisces Heal is capable of shock factor, but beyond that, it has to account for potentially being outmaneuvered in general. It's best treated as a boss miracle when building your miracle box around it, but it can be worth consideration if your playstyle involves adjusting to the opponents. I'm going to lightning around the remaining miracles because they have some obvious usefulness with the exception of Celestial Fireworks, which itself is banned. One other is also universally banned for reasons I'll get into, but yeah. For now, let's get into these miracles. First up is Spike. Convert all remaining health into a powerful explosion, together mode only. This is a close-range explosion that would kill the user, but it deals 30 base damage, which with the maximum HP multiplier is multiplied by 6.2 to 7.4 based on level, so it's anywhere from 186 to 222. So yeah, only level 4 kills, but for competitive play, we'd be using Pokemon Stadium rules when it comes to handling self-destruct. I mean, yes, you could intangibility hacks against Spite with good fortune, but you could also use Gengar or Mischief against self-destruct or explosion in Pokemon Stadium. It doesn't change what happens with self-destruct and explosion. Yeah. So, oh, and yeah, armor powers against even counter would prevent a one-hit KO. I mean, Libra Sponge one, it doesn't provide a defense, but still. Anyway. And next up are the item miracles, which, what was it? Yeah. They're conditionally useful, and by conditionally, I mean they aren't useful at all, pretty much. There are no items to begin with. We at the Value 100 competitive Discord ban all items. We would actually allow certain items. The game gives up only the options of either banning all items or allowing items like Power Up Drop and Smart Bomb. Which, yeah. So, item vacuum. Draw the item towards you, together mode only. Yeah, it will place an item right in front of you. Throwing boost. Increase the homing ability and distance of thrown items. Yeah, it improves homing. Not much to be said about that. Double item. Doubles the effects of items acquired. And you also get double the number of items involved. Items you collect. And note that it does not double the items you are currently holding when you use it. But whatever. Fortune's Jukebox is a complete joke miracle. And change the game music randomly. I guess it could be used for dummy miracles against miracle steel. Other than that, it's just like the thieves in Final Fantasy 1. It does nothing useful. Celestial fireworks, casting animation and tangibility spam speak for itself. Oh, and random. This is the miracle that gets banned universally. Activates a random power. You wouldn't know which one it will be until you see it, until you use it. And yeah, random is inexpensive for. I mean, it has only 1 to 4 charges based on level, but the problem with random is that what was it? What did it do again? Oh yeah, even if we allowed all other miracles, the random could still trigger another miracle that would that is supposed to be checked by miracle box issues like a slip shot or trade off. Random easily bypasses it. You get 4 charges too. I mean, yes, it could invoke trade-off at a bad time or spite, but it could turn games into complete RNG. Whereas random effect, at least don't get it still applies. At least effect recovery still is a thing. But random, you can't really plan for that at all. So it has to be banned from competitive play. So yeah, that's all the miracles. Thank God. It took a while to get this done, but I have one other thing to cover. When I was starting off this project, I set up a survey because I was in a rut about how the power system works, or miracle system as the case may be, but yeah, I did get a better idea. Of course, I also got only 2 responses to the survey. But yeah. For those wondering, I'll provide a link to the survey when all is said and done. I'll shut off the accepting responses once I'm done going through both of the responses. But anyway, here's the survey summary. You may use the pause button to go over it because. Oh, and if you're wondering why I was collecting emails, it was to discourage troll responses. I got no troll responses, thankfully, but anyway. Still, I got only 2 responses. One from my love questions, and the other from somebody I don't know who it is. But I will sell their email, actually, but yeah. Anyway, I'll go over I love questions and answer them first and foremost because yeah, he answered first. So yeah. Anyway, and I had email collecting off when he answered. But anyway, Sky Jump, almost too powerful for its size. Thankfully, melee or dash shot oriented approaches using it are checked by landing cooldown. Could have done to have 2 or 3 less uses. I mean, Sky Jump is so reliant on mobility to get anywhere. Anyway. Jump Glide, a great way to stall out Libra plus Aries playstyles, or trade-off, I believe. I mean, it's not as good as Super Speed at stalling out Libra plus Aries, or trade-off, but it's less susceptible to being shut down by his counter-attack, so yeah. Rocket Jump, no comment. Huh. Angelic Missile, a nice way to nullify shot range plus shield spam and place both players in equal states. Yeah, Angelic Missile is useful for position resetting. I mean, it still requires a good chunk of the miracle box, but yeah, you know. Super Speed, great way to stall out Libra plus Aries. Yeah, indeed. and nullify the terrain advantage of Slipshot. Yeah, by linking, get it? Even when they're behind cover, you can attack from the side. You're vulnerable when you can attack from the side or behind. Gets bonus points for being affected by speed minus. Yeah, I'm not affected by speed minus. Yeah, that's the one good thing about super speed not being affected by speed modifiers. I mean, it doesn't get suffocated by speed minus. Though in other cases, speed minus is still inept, I swear. Warp. Needs less initial uses. Regenerate is fine. Yeah, I fully agree there. Mega Laser. Ability to push back enemies is a bit much. And I'm quite sure. Yeah. I mean, Mega Laser costs a full line already, so... And besides which, I'm pretty sure you can dodge out of the way with the Mega Laser and stuff and taking it from it. Well, most of the time at least. But anyway. Explosive Flame. Seems decent if not underwhelming. I haven't used it enough to know. I haven't used it enough to know myself either. Black Hole. Warp exists and has more charges. Yeah, well I did say that Counter exists and has more charges. Super Speeder exists and has more charges. Or costs the same for 2 charges. Yeah. There's plenty of things to deter Black Hole, but even so, they use it for a reason. Flooded things range often enough to reliably get more than one opponent at once. It actually gets the extra range as an increased level benefit. The problem is the level benefit is just not very good. It's just moving on. Meteor Shower. Counter ranged attacks. Requires getting close and kills with Power Attack Plus. 10 out of 10. Yeah, and Meteor Shower also punches through Reflect Barrier if you want to use it against that. Anyway. Landmine. Limited one on the field is understandable, but the ability to remotely detonate an existing one by attempting to use the power would have been nice. I mean, to be fair, if you're using Landmine as purely as a panic button, yeah, you'll be locked out of using it or interference or virus for a while. Yeah, I think that may be intended to simply just encourage being proactive with Landmine, because like placing it in a hot spot so that it would obstruct the opponent actively. Reflect Barrier, 10 out of 10. Yeah, it's definitely up there in design, I'll say that. Heavenly Light. It feels underwhelming to use and I can't put my finger on why. I would say because Evasion Plus suffocates Heavenly Light just because of the dodge box. Because Heavenly Light... yeah, if not for Evasion Plus, I say that Heavenly Light would actually be decent at tearing through Evasion Plus at like a wet tissue paper. I mean, great. Or, not Evasion Plus, Bumblebee. Because, yeah, the Heavenly Light would continually hit the guy under Bumblebee, and, they keep using the auto dodge, and eventually their energy charge gets picked off. Autoreticle, no comment. Weak point reticle, no comment. Quick shot, no comment. Only improve, no comment. Flip shot. Oh, here we go. If only the differentiated between walls and floors. I can understand in the case of weapons that have attacks that are affected by gravity, such as ball cannon or pop-head orbitars. Even so, Slipshot still requires a full row and column, or comes close enough anyway. Yeah. How much else do you say about that? Invisible shots. Feels unfair to use together with Earthmaw Club. I looked over Earthmaw Club's power, and it's not... I mean, it's a relative fragile speedster. I mean, as far as clubs go, I mean, It's not as fast as Halo Club, or especially Capricorn or Magnus Club, but the charge up is decent. And you just give up a little power. You don't even get extra power over range, but yeah. Anyway, invisible shots with clubs can be fought back against. So yeah, because one thing that the other guy could be doing when they're focusing on dodging is that they wouldn't be attacking, and if they're not attacking, that means you wouldn't be able to get parry charge up. But anyway, but my opponents don't seem to have much of a problem with me using it. Yeah, invisible shots is not cost effective. Invisible shots is not cost effective. It relies on being decisive. So, yeah. Random effect, no comment here. Okay, next comment is on instant death attack. Compensation solo for lack of damage boosting modifiers. Neat. Yeah, I guess that's one way to use instant death attack. No comment on power deep, no comment on energy charge, surprisingly, or Libra Sponge, or darkness or interference or virus. Super armor, unsurprised there. Even Invincibility, no comments. I'm surprised. Tirelessness gets a comment. 10 out of 10. Tirelessness is something I could take her to sleep, honestly. Lightweight. Lag. Brown face. Yeah, I want to say that that internet lag is actually placebo with lightweight. Even if it is, lightweight it still has disproportionately powerful stats. So, yeah. Trade-off. 11 out of 10. Lack of regeneration allows matches to be extended / shortened to balance it. It takes away from the high-value encouragement of other... high-value encouragement of other powers is still around. I complain as much with Aries Armor, but... Anyway... yeah. I also would be fine with some regeneration, but only 0.4 charges space. Because that would prevent trade-off from regenerating within only 2 deaths. Because, yeah. Aries Armor thankfully can be outrun with super speed, and jump glide as well if used in conjunction with Libra. The status resistance is sometimes disappointing to fight against. Yeah, you said it. Thank you. Thank you for backing me up. I love questions. And also, yeah, that's status resistance. Yeah, there is status resistance, but yeah, it's just not very good in that regard. Like, what? Aries Armor should have been better about handling status resistance, because I swear. Bumblebee. Dodge token is worse, to be honest. At least this is limited to 2 dodges per charge. I'm not sure how dodge token is worse. I mean, granted that dodging is random, but that can work against the person with the dodge token too. Anyway, however, it encourages non-committal attacks, is biased against clubs, and encourages evasion plus, since it will not save you in the end of a dodge. I suppose that says more about evasion plus than Bumblebee, though. Yeah, it says more about evasion plus. Non-committal attacks, very nice. So yeah, Ninja Palm is a big concern with Bumblebee, really. Bias against clubs, though, yeah. Well, Bumblebee does cost a full line, so that's something for clubs to work with, at least. Because remember, grid reading's useful for. They're going to be working with a lot of dead time. Really. Counter. Jonathan, yes. Thank you. I agree. Transparency. Check by its massive size. 10 out of 10. I feel that transparency can be a little polarizing, leaning towards being currently a little inept. I mean, it can be used for escapes, I will grant that, but general, it's kind of iffy on the offense. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but yeah. Yeah, somebody could still see its usage on the bottom screen just because of the talk bubbles. I mean, granted, transparency is meant to be used for abrupt hits, but still. Anyway, playing dead, absolutely busted. At least make standing attacks take away from the duration as well. As I covered it, it's playing dead still doesn't cooperate too well with energy charge and the combination of energy charge and slip shot. It barely fits in jump glide, and that's if playing dead is level 1. Energy charge would be forced to be level 1 as well. So yeah, because rotation convenience. So it would not call playing dead entirely busted. I mean, it can be obnoxious. I mean, it's worth a disclaimer. But even so, Heart Booster, 10 out of 10. Big but not so big as to remove the use of Aries trade-off. Nice sweet size. Yeah, Heart Booster is basically a reward miracle, so I don't have too much to say about that. I mean, it's for solo mode. Health recovery, 10 out of 10. Huh? 10 out of 10 for health recovery? If you say so. Crisis recovery, 10 out of 10. I don't know why you rate that a 10 out of 10, but okay. Effect recovery, absolutely busted, but small enough to be a staple of everybody's power grid or miracle box that doesn't invalidate any strategies. So unbalanced that it became balanced. Yeah, I'm not quite sure on effect recovery thing. I mean, it has so much risk of becoming compared to Double Team from Pokemon. And that Double Team is always there. It used it to force people to use non-evasion. Yeah, you get my point about Double Team from Pokemon, but yeah. Anyway, Pisces Heal, 11 out of 10. Same reasoning as trade-off. Again, Pisces Heal is something I'd be fine with something with it having some region, but only point for charge is because, yeah, auto revival still speaks for itself. But anyway, moving on. Spite, underwhelming. Ignores Pisces, making it further underwhelming. I think you meant to say that Pisces shuts down Spite. I'm not sure. Anyway, item vacuum, almost small enough. 9 out of 10. I wouldn't know. Throwing boost, no comment. Double item. Would be nice if it was retroactive, i.e. it doubled the currently held items. Yeah, another item near. Also, I wouldn't know. Fortune's Jukebox. Why add enormous size and lack of regeneration to something this useless that can't even give intangibility frames? If this was a panic button instead of fireworks, and the selected music tracks was made noises, sound effects, inaudible, and for a few seconds, that would have been interesting. Yeah, Fortune's Jukebox. I don't know why it wasn't giving. I mean, Celestial Fireworks was given the casting animation. That should have been checked. Fortune's Jukebox. I mean, level 2 asset costs a full line because it apparently requires 4 charges. I don't get it. Fortune's Jukebox doesn't even regenerate at all. Did you know that? Right. Random. The charge amounts aren't absurd, but the powers you can get are. Yeah. Responding to my saying, you may sign here, post closing comments, etc. And here's a legitimate question. If I have level 4 Sky Jump and steal a level 1 Sky Jump from my opponent with Power Thief or Miracle Steal, which level does the stolen Sky Jump become? That's actually a good question. We would need to lab that to figure out what's going on with that. Yeah, good question there. Oh, and this was submitted on May 9, 2022 at 8:57 a.m. As for the other response, the email of the person who sent the response is chrisonb@gmail.com. Anyway, let's go over what he thinks of each miracle. Sky jump. No, jumping is kind of useless. Well, jumping is not even assigned to a button in this game. No, it's assigned to sky jump for some odd reason. I mean, granted, even if jumping was its own control instead of a miracle, yeah, sky jump still provides a defense boost, although it's minor at level 1, but still. And that's not even, and that's before the consideration that jumping as a control may be more limited anyway. Anyway, jump glide. Same reason as sky jump. Actually, jump glide is able to move forward. I mean, it's able to work with dash momentum on multiplayer too. So, yeah. Rocket jump, same reason as sky jump. Seriously, don't underestimate the jump power. They are cost effective for what they could potentially do. Angelic Missile may be helpful, but risky because of space. Oh, that's another thing I should point out. This guy posted this. This guy made this response with only single player in mind. We will see. But anyway, super speed. Extra speed can be helpful. Yeah. Warp never used. Yeah, because Warp is multiplayer exclusive. Mega laser. Alright, but positioning is frustrating. That's a new one. Positioning being frustrating with Mega laser? The long range attack miracle? Okay. I mean, to be fair, Mega laser would hit in a straight line. But still. Explosive flame, rarely used. Yeah. We should figure out how explosive flame would be good. Be useful. Beyond catching strafing enemies. Black hole, never used. Yeah, because black hole's multiplayer exclusive. Meteor shower is never used, even though it's not player exclusive. Actually, that's another thing about single player miracle usage. The levels are long enough that miracle usage is bound to be stretched thin. But anyway, landmine, never used. Again, I mean, it could be useful in trap and kill areas. But anyway, although underworld monsters would be flooding paths. I mean, Chapter 19 lampshaded that at one point as well. So, yeah. Reflex barrier. Okay in some occasions, but positioning is important. Reflex barrier is popular for plenty of reasons, actually. So, you might be surprised by how useful it is. It also has some convenient miracle box shapes as well, so yeah. Heavenly Light. Rarely used, not useful in 9.0. Yeah, Heavenly Light just doesn't deal that much damage. I mean, granted, it does. Wait, I have to check how many charges it has in single player. I know it has 3 charges in multiplayer. I know that much. Anyway, Autoreticle. What I was going on about Heavenly Light is that it can use the casting. You can use the casting animation intangibility. Although, at that point, you could point out about celestial fireworks or idle transformation. Oh wait, I disallowed the commentating about either of those two miracles precisely because of the abundance of panic button charges, I swear. Autoreticle. Not helpful to me that I prefer to be in control of aiming. Yeah, I agree there. Weak point reticle, same as Autoreticle. Weak point reticle does have a purpose, but only if you don't know where boss weak points are. Because, as a rule of thumb, some bosses are vulnerable on their heads, like Twin Bellows, Medusa, Hydra. I believe Pandora's weak spot is the halo on the top of her head. Any other examples other than Crackalamp's back, of course? Oh, Arlan's vulnerable on his head. Oh, Arm Pyron is vulnerable on the part with Pyron himself. Yeah, once the barrier orbs are gone, of course. I have to check with Chariot here. Oh, Amazon Pandora is also weak on her head. And that would be it, I believe. At least for the bosses you fight in. Yeah. So anyway, quick charge, not helpful. Plenty of happy triggers and dodging builds and charge shots anyway. Yeah, but quick charge can still add to the DPS, and parry dodging is actually magnified by quick charge as well. So yeah. Homing boost depends on the weapon, but I never used it. Yeah. Homing booster would actually be more useful in multiplayer, just to clarify. Slipshot, same as homing boost. And again, I mean, Slipshot does have its... could be useful against Hades' heart. Just to be able to get past the walls without relying on forward shot homing. Although forward shots would still be desirable for better power, but still. Invisible shot. Useless unless in multiplayer. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I have to check how the computer handles invisible attacks. Because, I can be sure it does respond to transparency and playing dead, but invisible shots, I'm not sure. Random effect, never used. Poison attack, never used. Yeah, he's going to see this for status stuff, because, yeah, bosses are immune to statuses, and... I mean, statuses would still be useful for the more durable non-boss enemies. I want to say Clover Skull would be affected. I would hope Clover Skull would be affected. Never used. I'm trying to see this for... He even says it for instant death attacks. Wow. Oh yeah, Juggernaut's immune to instant death attack, but Centurion strong arms aren't. I saw as much on Nico video of chapter 20 being done with a value 100 weapon. The Crusher arm, to be precise. The Crusher arm used instant death attack to destroy enemies quickly in that cheap gauntlet right before Palutena, or possessed Palutena, as the case may be. Anyway, Miracle Steel never used because it's multiplayer only. Energy Charge, very powerful, very useful / favorite miracle tied with playing dead. Enough practice and learning levels makes this the best miracle to have. Only problem is that it disappears after loading screen. Your mileage may vary on that. I will cite on multiplayer. You do have to be wary about players having plenty of ways to chip off that energy charge. I mean, heck, I can use Black Hole. there could very well be enough reason for me to justify black hole just to pick up the energy charge. And if you have too many energy charge uses, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of your miracle box going to it. Libra Sponge preferred the energy recharge due to Libra having time limit. Yeah, that would happen in single player. In multiplayer, it's commonly melted with Aries Armor to achieve some terrifying results, I swear. Darkness. Playing played solo most lethal can't count it. Probably useful in multiplayer. I think Darkness would be decent if it wasn't overshadowed by celestial fireworks. Interference, same with Darkness. Virus, same with Darkness. Super Armor, I prefer dodging, so I never used it. You never know when taking a few extra hits could be useful, but yeah. Playstyle differences. Yeah, that's another good thing about Super Armor. People aren't forced to use it. Yeah, anyway. Brief Invincibility, useful at the right moments. Funny. Brief Invincibility does involve a sense of timing, so there's that at least. Tirelessness. Kind of useless once you learn stamina management. I mean, granted, granted, I do use a club, and I have to worry about stamina, but although it isn't Magnus Club to be fair, but still. Yeah, the point is, stamina management is still something to keep in mind. I didn't think of that. What's this guy responding? Oh, YouTube comment. I'll get to that. I finished it. Lightweight. Too risky to use, especially at 9.0. Well, you never know. Lightweight does still provide plenty of mobility to work with. I mean, granted, you do still take extra damage, but so what? Trade-off. Too risky to use at the risk of cheap shots. Well, yeah, I mean, you do have a point there, because Miracle's being stretched in already, and you have to commit a full row and column to something that has only one charge. Okay. Although there are achievements for finishing bosses while in crisis mode. And you can use trade-off to finish off bosses quickly. Nintendo's tips and tricks video does point out as much. Because you do get work with the invincibility to power on through any attacks that the boss would involve. Although at 9.0, you do have to worry about the boss belly being inflated. Aries Armor may be useful, but the effect is overshadowed by brief invincibility power. Maybe useful, but the effect is overshadowed. Well, Aries Armor does last longer than brief invincibility. Its duration is affected by level as well. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, granted, Aries Armor is a one-shot, like, trade-off. Although it's less risky, but still, it could be more useful for getting through a particularly dangerous portion of a stage. Anyway, Bumblebee. Bit risky at 9.0 due to auto-flight dashing. Might not even help. I'm not sure what to make of that. I'm pretty sure the meta is panic button spam anyway, so yeah. Counter can be useful if you get a hit a lot, especially in some tight areas. Yeah, it does depend on having some decent neutrals, having a good neutral shot. Yeah. Transparency, effective, more mobile version of playing dead. Nice to have and use. Yeah. Transparency can be. I mean, you're not invincible when you're in transparency. You're just invisible. Not invincible. Please keep that difference in mind. Still, playing that power net, in my opinion, next to energy charge. Moving isn't a problem, with proper positioning enabling free shots. I think that's proven itself capable time and again. But in multiplayer, do keep in mind, it does eat through the miracle box. Although flip shot wouldn't be that big a problem in single player, I'm pretty sure. Heart booster, good if needing more hearts, but difficulty settings cover that. Well, difficulty settings do also boost the enemy stats, so yeah. Health recovery, effective in all situations. Who doesn't want more health? Yeah, health recovery is useful in single player, I'll say that. I mean, I have level 3 on my setup, that I've had for boss battles hard. So yeah, health recovery is useful. Crisis recovery, more or less effective since crisis mode can be skipped by attacks in higher difficulties. Didn't you mean ineffective? Yeah, crisis recovery has problems. Effect recovery, some ailments can be overcome easily, so it's not too useful. Well, freeze isn't easily overcome, so yeah, effect recovery can be useful for that anyway. Not to mention, it would be nice to get rid of the burning effect when it happens, to preserve health. I'm looking at you, great sacred treasure. Pisces Heal. Good on a pinch, but it takes too much space in the powers menu. What was it? I wonder. Yeah, there we go. Pisces Heal is basically a boss miracle. It should be treated as much, as I cited. Spite. Don't remember using this. Yeah, because it would be multiplayer only. Item vacuum. Just touch the item ahead. Yeah, item vacuum. I'm pretty sure item vacuum is not even allowed in solo mode anyway. Yeah. In multiplayer, it would see some use, I'm pretty sure. At least on random. Throwing boost, throwing is really an issue. I want to say that throwing boost does actually boost the power of throw items. I had to check again. Double item, nice if farming. Yeah, or you can have double the throwing items, or double the killer items, or you get the idea. Fortune Shootbox, never used. I don't blame you. Random. And 4 question marks. I don't think this guy knows what this is. Let me sign here. And he didn't post anything here. So. Anyway, this was submitted on May 11, 2022 at 3:21 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, I want to say. In conclusion, the Miracle system is sound at making sure the player gets the options that they can customize, whether it be for bolstering a set of strengths, shaking off the key weaknesses, or a careful mixture of both using skill for covering as much, and the design still encourages players to be innovative. The execution is not perfect, as showcased with the likes of Celestial Fireworks, but what we have still works out. If Bandai-Namco is making a remaster of Icarus Uprising, I will be hopeful that they simply focus on sanding out the rough edges, because what we already have with the Miracle system is a good thing. It's simply undermined by the weapon modifier abuses, turning it into homework copying, min-maxing, even that can at least be staggered. The setup that I used with Pop-Hat Orbitars, by the way, constructing it required a bit of effort, although nothing too bad. Making good use of it requires effort too, because no buff miracles is inevitably going to have old clubby raise an eyebrow, and relying too much on panic button count with miracles that at minimum can be useful for more proactive purpose is going to reduce my own offense that will be needed to put the kibosh on the chance of being caught by a lucky shot or a sophisticated read. There's probably some other weaknesses that aren't coming to mind, but the point is, with the miracle system, creativity and risk assessment just might surprise you. So if you got this far with the watching, I'll let you know that I'll be glad if you provide welcome responses to this video. So until next time, thank you guys for watching, and I hope you have a good day. MKT8 at... Wait, you in the back, you had your hand raised for a while. I think I said I was covering about random effect. Wait, what do you mean random effect that recharges on the multiplayer? Not to, like I said. Okay, let me check real quick. Where is it? Where is it? Too far. Oh, here we go. It does. And after all my effort with this entire project to make sure that there will be no factual inaccuracies, for the love